fact. Independent fact-checking and corrections are encouraged.
Can we get a cup of coffee in here, please?
Got to was a show today. Is there a show today? I don't know. Could be a show today. Maybe not. Maybe.
Damn good coffee and hot.
Ah, yes, it's damn good coffee, and it's hot. It's so hot. It's as hot as the core of the flat Earth. That's how hot the coffee is. It's that kind of day, folks. Stupid is making a comeback. Well, stupid never really goes out of style, but let's just say it's back. It's back, baby. Good morning, people of the flat Earth. Today, what the hell? It's Wednesday, September 28th, also known as Flat Earth Day. Not really. But today, on this program, it is known as Flat Earth Day. Zach, this time tomorrow, Zach will be cursing me, but I want to definitely remind him that he volunteered for this assignment. He was not drafted. He eagerly, like the day after 9/11, when guys were just signing up to go fight a war they knew nothing about, Zach was the first in line. He said, I want a piece of that flat earth stuff, man. I got to have it. So when he's cursing me tomorrow, and when he's going off to join, I don't know, some group somewhere, some convention of people trying to convince the rest of the world for some reason that we live on a flat, motionless planet. I don't know. What do you call it? Is it a planet then? It's just a surface? I don't know. Anyway, Zach's here now, and so the last day of his life that he won't hate me is today. So let's celebrate the last day of Zach's life not hating me. Good morning, Zach. Oh, your mic is off again. You're always muted.
No, that's not true. I just sneeze a lot right before I go on shows, so I just don't want to. Yeah, exactly.
Me too. I do it all the time.
Yeah, I'm excited. See, I have. This is a hard thing for me because obviously, like, science is there, right? The proof is there.
No,
so
it's
then
not.
it's like, what do you do? How do you handle this?
First of all, you just already lied. There's no such thing as science. Where do you get off saying science on this program?
No, there's science. I mean, there's definitely science. Like the world moves at a very fast mph, and that's why we stick to the ground. That is a science, right?
Wait, you stick to the ground?
Yeah, well,
maybe you stepped on gum. Did you think of that? Maybe you just stepped on gum?
Well, I keep walking, so I'm not like stuck. So something keeps me here. But so I live in Colorado, right? I live in Boulder, Colorado. And when I look out my window, I see mountains, right? Which is interesting for this conversation that we're having here. Because where I am, I can't see the sun yet. Sun's not up. But when I look at the mountains, they're covered in sunlight. And that's just interesting to me. How can that be?
I don't know. It's so too sciencey for me. And that, with me, science, it's like a cult. It's like it's scientism is what they call it.
Yeah.
Scientism. It's a religion of science.
It's scientism, and I agree with you. But no, I had to think of a brand new way to converse with a flat earther. It took me all night. I was up all night because, like, you don't want to just come out and fight, right? Because that's what they're used to. They're used to just fighting and getting from the ground and looking like an underdog. So I think I've come at. I think I found a pretty interesting way to have this conversation and to get what I want to get out of it,
Well,
which is some giggles, really. So
as long as that doesn't come down to camping out in front of my house with a shovel ready to bash my brain in for making this happen. And I didn't make this happen. Again, you've signed up for this war.
Yeah,
You
I
came.
yeah, I've been walking around this pancake of an earth for years and years, looking for a truth sayer. One of these flat Earth priests to really teach me the things that I just do not know.
Do you have cats?
I have. Can you hear one?
Because cats, if you know anything about cats, on a flat surface, they like to push things over. I just, don't bring your cats around me because they'll push me off the edge.
They'll just push you right off the table, huh? So I also post a lot of stuff on Facebook. I make a lot of memes. I do a lot of stuff. And just randomly yesterday, last night, I was like, hey, I get a chance to talk to a flat earther. Any comments? Out of everything I've ever posted online, this one thread blew up faster than anything I've ever put on there. So
everybody thinks they can argue with they can't.
They can't.
They can't.
And I'm not going to. I'm not going to argue.
All right, that's good. Good for you.
Yeah, I won't argue. I mean, I can be pushed to argue. If anybody knows me, I'll definitely argue at a drop of a hat, really. But I'm not looking for. I'm looking for just an education. I
got 3 emails this morning about yesterday's show.
Okay.
And they were all about great show. Zach's a good host. Why did you let him go 20 minutes into the conversation? Why'd you end the conversation with Tony Darrow? You just felt like that was it? It run its course, or he was looking kind of tired? Actually.
No, so I said hi, and the very first thing he said to me was how tired he was from all of his traveling. Like he looked exhausted. I asked 2 questions, and the answer started with, "The travel is exhausting. I'm very tired." And I'm like, okay, this guy just needs to get some rest. And he didn't seem like he was very interested in having like a lengthy conversation. And he just seemed tired. He seemed like he just wanted to go to bed.
No, I get it. I felt that too. I felt that he was really tired. He looked like, why did I say yes to this?
Yeah, and I did what I thought was like setting him up for a couple jokes, a couple like storytelling opportunities, and it just kind of went down to how tired he was, and which is fine. I totally understand. Cruise traveling is tough. Traveling from Alaska is tough, especially I think if you got to go. Being in Alaska is so far away from anything on a flat Earth that the travel back home, I think, is like 90 hours. I have no idea.
I haven't even looked at it on a flat Earth map.
You know what I found out, which is interesting? If you look at the official flat Earth map, like the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, don't go there.
Well, but
Flat Earth Society is not Dave's thing. He thinks he'll tell you this himself. Okay, but they are a government front to make him look bad.
Oh, okay. Because every flat Earth map that I've ever seen, or every flat Earth logo I've ever seen, is literally the globe that is stretched out. So they're even using like a globe for their own map. So this is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
But I love talking to people. I'll talk to people all day long. If I get the feeling that person is not interested or has better things to do, then I'm going to let that happen. I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Yeah. Other than that, the feedback has been good. Everybody wants you to keep doing this and me to retire. That's what I'm getting from my feedback. Like, give Zach the show and you just go right off into the sunset.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You do. And just fall off the earth. Just go to the ice wall, fall off.
Yeah. So what else is happening that I wanted to talk to you about? Oh yeah, did you get the thing about the nighttime show the other day?
Yeah, I was talking to Michael and Dylan about it, and we actually have a meeting later today to kind of go over the things that we think we could bring. So
that would be cool.
Yeah, we're excited about it. We're just trying to. Sometimes we tend to overthink and make a show that's way too elaborate, and like don't want to do that. Want to make a show that's consistent.
I did reach out to a bunch of people who said they were interested, and I haven't really heard back from too many people. Well, one of the number one things I heard back was don't try to do it 5 days a week. Try to do 1 day a week. Well, like I pick a Wednesday or Thursday night and do it 1 night a week to start out with and see how it goes. And that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. So, and I reached out to a few famous comedians, moderately famous, and asked them if they were interested in, laid out the scenario. Haven't heard back from anybody yet. I'm just wondering, are they just not reading my emails, or it's just a bad idea? Or maybe I just wrote too much in the email. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are really trying to figure out why this Earth is so flat that like they're not trying to respond to emails like that.
You'll be a changed person in 2 hours. 2 hours from now, you'll be a very different man than you are.
I've gone to be, my wife yesterday, I was freaking out. I was biting my nails and I'm like, how do I fight this person? How do I, how do I engage in this conversation? And then I just broke and I was like, what if I'm also a flat earther and I didn't know it? That was my biggest fear. It's like, like what if deep down I've been lying to myself and telling myself that this is a globe that I'm on, when in fact it's just a disc. So I'm looking to be converted here. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be converted. I'm trying to become. I'm sick of being a spherehead. There's too many of us.
Yeah, no, I think the word is globetard. Unfortunately.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no.
I know. So I have one question for him, and if he now this is not going to happen because he's not going to allow himself to be proven that there's we live on a globe, a spinning globe. But if that were to happen, what would his followers do? Where would he be with his followers? Would they still have any reason to follow him or not?
Right.
What would happen to your place in the world if you did discover, in fact, we live on a globe? Would it change your life? Ooh. Let's
yeah. I
I
think you would enjoy nighttime a lot more because you would understand it.
Yeah.
All right. What time is this gentleman popping in?
He'll be in at 10, but I think maybe one of the other guys might pop in and I loaded up some more music videos if you want to make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you.
I know,
I'm enjoying it in the way that I enjoy anything. I could literally put on a video of my daughter doing like a cartwheel, and I would make fun of it for 10 minutes to her face.
Funny, I guess.
It is funny because she,
you should
falls.
see me do a cartwheel. I'm going to do a cartwheel out of here, or when actually as I leave, I'm going. But you won't see it because I'll turn off the camera.
Oh,
but no, so if I'm enjoying some of the critique and some of the stuff you got. By the way, William Conway made me laugh yesterday because you played the song "Pretend." He said it's about a cheating hussy. Yeah, it was about a night. The song is about a night where I went to play with my band, and this girl was flirting with me the entire night, right in front of me, dancing in front of me, singing word for word, looking in the eyes, blowing me kisses and stuff. And dancing with her boyfriend, and she kept turning her boyfriend around so she could look at me. And then at the very end of the night, she pulled her hand away and showed me the ring on her finger. And I was like, "You fucking little cheating little whore."
It is interesting that you're in a band and you're surprised that someone is looking at you while you guys are singing a song.
Well, no,
like, wow, she wants to be with me.
She was engaged to the guy and kind of just like purposely turning him around, playing a game on him and making him look foolish.
No, I understand.
I felt so bad for the guys. Like, what do? You don't tell him, obviously, but
well, the song wasn't about what to say to him. The song was, I really want to hook up with this chick. But she's maybe married.
No, let's pretend you really like something's gonna happen.
No, I will say that your music is very good, and I hate how good it is because I wish that I could make fun of it more. But it actually is very good, catchy music. And I like talking to your fans and your friends about your stuff. I think that's
I don't think I have any fans. The Rocket 45 has fans. Matt Napo and Hank Porter has we have very few real people that give a shit about us, but me and Hank. Anyway, so I'm going to cut out of here now. I'm going to wish you a good show. I'm a little nervous for you. Not that you're going to get physically hurt. Oh, by the way, I found some CDs last night. I have to get. They have my old bitch from my old radio show.
Mhm.
on them from 1988. I want to strip some of those off because William Conway got me thinking about those people when he was imitating them on PowerPoint Showdown the other night. You got anything coming up with some nobodies or anything today? Or
Not today. This Friday is International Podcast Day, so
I did not know that.
we were invited to be on the main stage, the headlining act of International Podcast Day, which is hosted by Jeff Revelia from the trivia show. So this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a super special PowerPoint showdown. If you follow me, I'll be posting things about it. But he asked us to headline that thing, so that's pretty cool.
That's very cool. I
yeah.
feel a little snubbed that nobody even told me it was International Podcasting Day.
Yeah. I feel now I feel bad that I didn't tell you. I should have told you. I think that's one of my jobs is your Robin. Am I a Robin?
Well, as the headliner, you should have been promoting it a little bit more. So, I mean, to people who follow you, I mean,
Yeah.
hey, it's a big thing.
So I'm going to promote it after this conversation. I really wanted this conversation to be in the forefront of people's minds when they thought about, I need to hear more of Zach's voice. Then it would be, let's go to Matt Napo's show and listen to him talk to flat earthers. After today, then it's like, oh shit, he's on International Podcast Day. He's headlining. So I'm showing you priority here. And
you are the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young of International Podcasting Day.
Yep, not an outdated reference at all. What does that mean?
they headlined Woodstock.
Oh, okay.
They were the thing that people were interested in because they were the new supergroup. They had come out, nobody had heard them yet. That was actually their very first performance.
Oh wow!
And people were awaiting that like it was like something miraculous was going to happen. It was pretty cool.
It was cool. I mean, that seemed like it was an event that people remember. So I didn't know that they headlined it. But
it was only 50 years ago, 53 years ago, only 53 years ago. Doesn't everybody remember what happened 53 years ago? Where were you 53 years ago?
I was negative 10 years old.
Negative 10 years old.
Yeah. Wait, before you go, what was the best concert you've ever been to? You've ever attended as a fan?
Damn. Well, it depends on best I guess Simon and Garfunkel in Central Park was best musically for me, most inspirational musically, because nobody expected it, and I had some inside information, so I got like the catbird, like dead center, about 100 feet back from the stage in Central Park, 500,000 people there, and I got like the best seat in the house, and the music was great, and I guess that musically that one, but from a social perspective of the most fun I ever had, I'd have to say and I'm not a big Dead fan, Grateful Dead fan. Grateful Dead at Englishtown, New Jersey. New Riders of Purple Sage opened up. Marshall Tucker Band was second, and Grateful Dead were third. And I don't remember any of the music. I don't remember any of that. All I remember is titties in my face everywhere I looked.
Yeah, Grateful Dead. They had some good boobs. I mean, for a bunch of older men, they really kept their boobs pretty nice.
And I was so high that I coming home, I got lost from my tribe and had to walk up the New Jersey Turnpike and hitchhike. And when I finally got back into New York, I got on a train and I fell asleep, and I thought I was at my station, and I heard the doors close. Doors open, and I ran out onto the platform, and the doors closed behind me, and I realized I was about 40 miles from home and no money, not a dime left in my pocket, and I had to walk that last 40 miles. Like,
gosh.
But it was a memorable show just for the titties. That's all I remember. And being 17, 18, whatever I was at the time, just titties everywhere was inspirational for me. It was living life the way life should be lived.
Yeah. Okay, I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right, Matt. If you gotta get out of here, get out of here.
I'm getting out. See ya. Right. Have a good Flat Earth Day, everybody.
Adios.
Support Zach, and when he gets attacked by these people in the chat room in about half an hour, back him up.
No one's gonna attack me. No one's gonna attack me.
Oh yeah.
Nah, adios, man. All right. Yeah. So today's the big day. I'm excited about this. I get to talk to a real flat earther. Um, there's a guy who lives close to me. I don't know where he lives actually. He stands at an intersection in the middle of the street close to where I live, and he has a flat Earth sign, and it. I don't know why the sign is round. It's a round sign with the Earth on it, but he spins it like it's a pizza. And he's a real nice guy. And I was taking a walk. I don't know, like a month ago, and I just walked past him, and I'm like, okay, what's up, my guy? And he talked to me genuinely for 20 minutes, and I put it all on my Snapchat. It was interesting. And that's the thing, like, when you get people that have such a passion about anything, they sound like they believe it. They probably do believe it. And like, if you have knowledge over anyone and you start a conversation with them, you definitely don't want to come off as though you're condescending, because maybe the other person really just doesn't know. So I definitely don't want to come at this conversation condescending or argumentative in any way. I'm just genuinely interested in why certain people think this, and I think that it is a comedic act, and I think that honestly, it is a satire of sorts, and I think that it is a character, and they're playing this character so much that they can't break the character. They're like method actors in a little world that they've put together. So David will be here, I guess, within the hour, and we'll see what happens. See who's all hanging out in the chat. Kelly, hello. She had a meeting. Hell yeah. I hope it went well. Wasn't an email. William Conway, if preachers can predict the end of times inaccurately and still have a church, then they get tax money. That's what's done. No, we love you, dog. Yeah, seriously. He's not going anywhere. I gotta clean this room. It's when I look at this room on like the big screen that I'm like, this room is just sloppy. It's a mess. I mean, what's over here? Like, I mean, a lot of things are just like props for some random stuff, but who knows? All right, literally stuck in a 3D world. Yeah, dude, I hear you. I hear you. It sucks, but maybe it's a 4D world, and we're just looking at the third D as something that's not, which is actually just flat. And so far, quote of the day, I say Dave needs to unprove it. That's true. Like, what do you want to hear? Like, what do you want to hear? All right. So anyway, yesterday I posted a quick thing on my Facebook page, and it just said, I get to interview a real flat earther tomorrow. What would you want to ask them? And upsettingly, okay, so Kelly lives in a world full of a lot of D's. Not the joke I was trying to make, but I think you beat me on that one. So good job, Kelly. This is a world full of D's, and I'm just trying to get around one of them. So some questions that people would like me to ask David, and I'm really excited about some of these. Lauren Stewart said, with all of our flying capabilities, what do you think we've discovered? Why did we think to fly in the first place? Also, explain solar and lunar eclipses. Oh, the shifting of stars and planets in the sky each night. Oh, and time. How do we measure time? So, and that's the thing. Like when you talk to anybody with flat Earth, you tend to come at them with some real math and some real science, and that's not how it works. You know what I mean? That's just not how it works. They've been through that. They've dealt with that. They know how to swerve. They're greasy, not like in a filthy way or like a street punk kind of way, but like they're slippery little devils. Like they get away from all the questions. They get away from the actual questions, and they fill it with their narrative, and it makes it sound smart. And they know vocabulary words, and that's cool. And they can talk most people around in circles. But here's the thing: you can't talk me in circles because I speak gibberish half of the time. So I'm going to outspeak him. Probably going to outtalk him, and we'll figure it out. Michael Colby, One of my fakest best friends asked, why would anyone care what the real shape of the earth is? What's the benefit of spending billions of dollars to keep a lie about the shape of the earth propagated? That is one of the biggest things that I am curious about. Wait a minute. Did I take mushrooms to prepare? I did. They were cremini mushrooms and they were in an omelet, but I definitely ingested some mushrooms preparing for this. But yeah, like if the whole thing, like apparently the whole thing about flat Earth is that it's a conspiracy from everybody to cover up the fact that the Earth is flat. But like, what's the point? What is the point here? I'm with Colby. That is the question. Yeah, seriously. Like that out of everything else, you're like, explain eclipses, explain gravity, explain this, explain this, explain this. But just why? Like what is the point? Why would people, lots of people all around the world, why would they spend trillions of dollars to cover up what the shape of the thing that we stand on is? Like I don't. So what if it was flat? That'd be cool, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, good question. Why is every other planet spherical but not the Earth? Apparently, doing research, we can't prove that every other planet is spherical. We can prove that they look like this, right? This, because you're looking at it like that, this could be a sphere, and you would never know. Now, granted, it's not. It's a coin. Yeah, it's flat. But basically, we always see the moon like this. We always see planets like this, and they only move like this, which crazy? Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Some other questions I'm probably going to ask him. Maria Daniels would like to know. Oh my God, this is a lengthy one. On flat Earth, does light travel in straight lines? Does light travel at the same speed, aka 186 feet per second? And when they say yes to both of those, ask. It's assuming they're going to say yes to both of those. But when they do, ask. Does the sun rise at the same time in California as it does Hawaii? And why not? With a flat Earth, there should only be an ocean between them. Yeah, I mean, I guess on even like any kind of Earth, there's an ocean between Hawaii and California. But still, it's the same thing. Like I said, when I woke up this morning, it was dark. I'm in Colorado. There's mountains right over there. I can see them out my window. And yeah, I'm bragging, so whatever. It was dark when I woke up. Took a nice little walk in the dark. What I noticed was the tips of the mountains were illuminated and they were bathing in early sunlight. And when I turned around, I could not see the sun. I didn't know where the sun was. I mean, I knew that it was coming. That was a joke from Michael Colby. But like that has to show that there's curvature, right? Because if the sun were just up in like Delaware, it would also be up here because it's huge, right? And hot. All right. From what I've seen on flat earthers, love to just point out that the government is lying all the time. Moon landing's fake. Mir space station's fake. So all of it is fake. Yeah, I mean that is fair. And one of the biggest comments or retorts from most flat earthers is that the government lies about everything. But that's just one of those things that they just kind of twist everything into their narrative so that they can continue the conversation. And that's why I'm not going to debate, because I think where most people go wrong in a conversation with a flat earther is they try to debate them. And there's no debating, because obviously we can prove everything. Like we can prove they're spherical because of, and they hate this word, see, there is no gravity. And that's where you're going wrong, Jamie Dykes. What you're going to learn later on is that there's no such thing as gravity. It's that we move at such a high speed through space, which I think is fake, but we're moving so fast that we're just all pushed down. So that's not really gravity, is it? It's like almost inertia or something. And I don't even know if they believe in inertia too, so who knows? We'll figure all that out. The second part of Maria Daniels' question is also, the North Pole is a polar region and the South Pole is a polar region. Well, they argue that Antarctica is a mountain range on the outside of the Earth that is protected by the governments. But how would there be a frozen polar region in the middle when, with a flat Earth, the sun would travel at the same intensity? Yeah, right? That's the thing. We got facts. I have a holster on. I woke up this morning and I put a holster on and I just jammed a bunch of facts into my holster, into my gun belt. I'm probably not going to use any of them. I think I'm going to try to kill him with kindness. I'm not too sure. Christopher Loomser ask the person what he thinks of folk / YouTubers like Cymandan. I think that's the guy that David Weiss got into like an argument with, but I'm not really too sure. Steve Rossi, ask him if the moon is flat and Mars. Let's see how far he goes with it. Yeah, because like the moon, I don't know if the moon's flat. All I do know is that the Earth is flat. That's all I've known for sure. Whether the moon's flat, I think maybe even the sun's flat. I don't know. We'll get there. David Winnup, ask him if he knows any real estate agents selling property near the edge of the planet. Tell him you like to get a view of the edge. Yeah, that's true, man. It must look cool over there. Like just to sit on the edge where there's no gravity. You're looking into fake space. You see a bunch of flat things that you think are maybe just lights with stars, but who knows what we actually think they are. And you're just sitting at the edge of nothing, traveling very, very fast at nothing. It sounds cool and scary, which is, I think, how the Earth should be. Reed Messerschmidt says, depends on what kind of flat earther you're talking to. The little Christian facet of flat Earth is, I think, the most interesting. Just whisper firmament and see where it gets you. Yeah, true. So there are those different kinds of flat earthers out there. I gotta figure out quickly which type of the flat earther this person is, because like there's the ones that think that the sun is like 3,000 miles away from the Earth, and it's like just a big lamp, and it goes like in a circle. There's some that think that like the sun is what it is, and for some reason we're just a disc, like a frisbee. Just I don't know. But the thing is, dude, there's gravity. You know what I mean? There's gravity. All right. Jamie Barlow, I believe we live on an electromagnetic stationary plane. Sea level water always seeks and finds its level. I think so far, I think this is the most accurate comment that I've seen. We do live on an electromagnetic stationary plane, and really, seawater just finds us. Yeah, I'm with this. Seriously, flat AF. Just like me. I guess actually technically, I'm very spherical. I'm just a large globe of a person. Cindy Pearson says, are there really flat earthers around the globe? To which I gave a laughing emoji too, because I thought that was funny. Nicholas says, how do they explain the flight time from Alaska to Russia? Yeah, so if you look at like the flat earth map, apparently like you can't go certain ways. So if you were to travel from like Alaska to Russia on their map, it would take like 9 days or something. I don't know. Matt Napo says, does he enjoy sodomy? He's got his mind in the gutter. Kelly, flat like my chest. That was a joke I was going to make until I realized it was egregiously false. Not about you, about me. Michael Colby says, also, if there's a circle sun above a circle Earth, how is exactly half of the Earth is dark and half of it is light at any given time? Flat Earth can be debunked with a map and a flashlight. That's true. There's a lot of ways to debunk it. I just got to figure out what my way is. Jamie, you're mixing flat Earth cosmology and heliocentric. Flat Earth is not inside. That's true. I mean, well, we'll find out later if that's true. It could be true. I love watching ships sail in the distance at sunset over the horizon. It's a mirage because of magnets. Ship goes out there, and the mirage makes you think it's disappearing, when in all actuality, your eyesight is just going bad. And that's one of the things that flat earthers really rely on, is the fact that as humans, we got bad eyesight. And that's how they can prove any of that. So we're going to chat with him soon. We got about, I don't know, 20 minutes left. Let's see what our questions people are going to watch or ask. Napo, is that a threat or yeah, seriously. I think that he conned me into showing up one day, knowing that I can't handle silence, and is like, I'm just gonna go to New York. Where's he from? That he's always just going to New York. Is that like a flex that he's trying to, like, put on over? Ask if he believes in ghosts. Okay. I wonder how much those two worlds cross over. Like, can ghosts only exist on flat Earth? So, like, if you believe in ghosts, then it's like, ha ha, gotcha. You're a flat earther, you turd. Red Shonart says, why is it when you watch a ship approaching the horizon, you see the mast, more of the mast, then the top of the ship, then the middle of the ship, then the bottom of the ship, and not just the whole ship gets bigger as it approaches? Well, it's the reverse of what I just said. As things go further in distance, your eyesight becomes worse. As it gets closer, your eyesight becomes better. And through mirage, which I think is due to temperature changes and magnets. Man, I tell you, we're almost making it too easy for him. Ernie Toke says, would you please describe when you look at the moon, what do you see? Yeah, that's one of the things I'm interested about, because, like, some of the people that are flat earthers think that space is like just like a big sheet and there's like holes punched in it, and that's what stars are or something. But like, you gotta look up, right? You gotta see stuff. Jamie Dykes, I can see the moon with my naked eye, but it is amazing with a telescope. Point is, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from a mountaintop with a telescope? Because your telescope's not that good. I mean, come on. What's your telescope budget here, pal? I love how I just throw magnets around. I mean, that's it, dude. If there's one thing Insane Clown Policy taught me early on in my life, is that nobody knows what is the magic of magnets, and that has to be something that is with flat earthers, because I don't understand any of them. Lorraine Boy says, what's on the underside? Yeah, also that is interesting, because, like, all right, so if it's flat, what's down there? Are there like people? Is there more people down? They're just constantly living in dark? Is it like a bottom of like a mountain ridge down there, and it's like we're on the upside down of like a iceberg? Seriously, Jamie, really, you got to really up your telescope game, pal. We can all see the Eiffel Tower with our own telescopes. Rayleigh criteria and universe square law of perspectives. See, you're commenting this guy all wrong already. You're using Latin. That's a dead language, as we know. So we got to make sure that we dumb it down for the entire audience. Flat earthers are seriously, don't sleep on them, dude. You cannot sleep on a flat earther, because you just never know what you're going to get. Flat earthers are like a box of chocolates, really. William Conway says, what is the benefit gained for a world conspiracy to convince people the world is round? Why would this truth be a safely guarded secret and not just accepted? Yeah, I that's the thing. Like, when Matt told me that there was going to be a flat earth on here, I'm excited, because it's almost like talking to an alien, right? Because you're like, me and you we do not see the world the same way. Like, we have different perspectives. So James Barlow, it's called perspective. The horizon is the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, that's obviously. This is painful. For some flat earthers, explain those to you, or this is painful. Is some flat earther explain those to you, or is some flat earther explain those to you, or? Yeah, I have a flat earther coming on in a couple minutes, and I was just kind of gathering all the questions that most people would have for flat earthers, and I am responding to some of those in jest. I want you to know that I don't believe in flat earth. I'm making a couple jokes here, but I'm just trying to kill time. until the gentleman gets here. So, but yeah, somebody's going to come on and try to explain to me why they believe in flat Earth. I know that it's not flat. I know that we live on a friggin' sphere. I know that gravity exists. I know that nighttime is real. So I'm just curious. Sometimes you got to put yourself in the Earth's shoe. You gotta walk a mile on a flat Earth before you can say for sure. There's a little bit of a curvature to that. Walter Ferris says, ask him how many people and organizations are needed to keep the lie of a round Earth going. Like, get an actual number of people it takes to maintain the lie. Because, like, it's got to be worldwide, right? Like, if there is flat Earth society, every flat earther said that too. Yeah, that's true. Every flat earther probably said some of that. There's probably a flat Earth and a multiverse, but oh shit. Don't bring it up. We can't bring it up. We're not going to be talking multiverses because I don't know if my brain can handle that. But yeah, if it were a worldwide conspiracy, right? A global conspiracy here to shush people from. Why aren't there any like flat, like Earth models? Like how come they haven't pushed through mainstream media? And I don't know. I don't know. Let's see here. James Barlow, deepest hole ever dug is 6.8 miles or 7.8 miles. It's called the Great Borehole in Russia. So we don't know. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's down there. And honestly, if you dig too far, you're just going to find yourself in the universe, in the fake space that are flattish Earth. It's none of the science makes any sense to me, right? Because so the reason that we have tides is because the moon goes around the Earth and the gravity of the moon pulls the water, right? And that's also why we have wind. So that means that like the moon, and if there's no gravity, then what's making the oceans move? What's making tides? This is gonna be so weird. Probably is exactly what is the multiverse. Yeah, no, you're true. You're right about that. Tim Alexander says, I'll give him $5 if he can get to the edge of the Earth. How come I haven't seen like those pictures of the edge of the Earth? Molten magnetic core violates Curie law. Molten magnetic core violates Curie law. Marie Curie, if people don't know, is famous scientist. She didn't know about flat Earths or about the molten cores and how much magnetism comes from that. And if we can pop a hole in that theory, then so molten magnetic core violates the Curie laws. What are the Curie laws? Let's look that up. Okay, Michael said, haven't you heard the moon is a hollow manufactured? I saw that movie came on HBO, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch that. So okay, but if it's hollow, that means that it is like that means that there's like a middle, right? And if there's a middle, I guess it could still be like a hollow flat, right? Like you can have like flat, but still something inside of it. So, but is the moon sphere? Is it a sphere, or is it just a hollow manufactured satellite ship that is also flat? What things are spheres? Maybe we should even look up what constitutes a sphere. Like I don't want to get down to the nitpicky here, but if we're going to really give this guy the business, let's see. So how far can you travel in one direction? Yeah, because if you go straight, I mean you're going to get to water, but let's just say water is whatever. So you go straight, you got to hit something, right? How far can you go? You never researched the margins of Earth and how you could see the picture of it. It's not an edge to heliocentric vacuum that violates thermodynamic laws. I have researched the margins of Earth and how you can see pictures of it. So yeah. Also, like if there's no gravity, like what keeps the air in? You know what I mean? Like what? Like Death Star. Oh, sure. Okay. So I think also Death Star is a sphere. We just always have seen it from the one side. It's not a it's not it is a disc from what I understand. So you can get to the ice wall and then you just like, I gotta turn around. You literally just said there's no pictures of the edge. Yeah, I know. I Googled pictures of it and I couldn't see any. I did see pictures of the edge from U2. The guitarist from U2. He was sitting on around Earth, but I didn't see any pictures of the ice wall, right? And like, I know people climb mountains all the time, so like, they can climb the ice wall. Then what happens? What happens when you get to the top of the ice wall? Can you just jump and you're in space? I don't know. Let's see what else. Yeah, we gotta find out if Mars is also flat or if Mars is real. 2018 flat Earth has days of bodies. 2018 flat Earth has days of bodies on the ice wall. Oh, the 2018 mockumentary, Flat Earth. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a bunch of stuff on there. That is a different episode. Yeah. The truth is, bottom line, none of this is real. It's all a simulation. Yeah, I'm not real. Matt Napo went to that weird AI website that says you can paint like pink elephants, and it's like, make me a weird co-host that says a lot. That's it. Wait a minute. Okay, so Flat Earth has days of videos, I guess is what you're supposed to say. Who is Dave talking to? Who's Dave? Oh, I guess he's talking to me, right? Hey, what about sky ice? Like clouds? Is that like where snow comes from? Rose? Oh, he's talking to me. But here's the thing. I'm not trying to debunk it. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to give him a shoulder to cry on that he can, release his innermost thoughts and secrets, and he can just go like, Zach, you're such a good friend, and most people I talk to just fight me all the time, but you really tried to understand me, and for that reason, I'm gonna have to say that the Earth is round, and I really can't beat that now. I've been spending my whole life fighting, and I'm just so goddamn tired. You're right. The Earth is a sphere. That's what I'm hoping to get out of this, really. That and a friend. Because if I had a flat Earth friend, I think it'd be cool. Because like, that's always something you just pull out of your pocket at like a party or something. Like, oh yeah, well, ask Dave about magnets, dude. Because trust me, that guy's got it. Okay. Are spheres three-dimensional? Yeah, right. That's a question somebody asked. And then they followed up with name the most famous sphere. So what would you say is the most famous sphere? Not sphere. Sphere. Most famous sphere. Because like I would say the Earth, I think. But if I were not a sphere head, is the sun a sphere, right? It's three-dimensional, I guess. Is it three-dimensional? I cannot tell what things up there are flat or not, and I need someone to really just break it down for me. If the Earth were flat, then the cats have knocked everything off the edge. That's true. Because, like, I mean, I guess there's just a bunch of cold ass cats just sitting up there, just waiting to knock shit off into space. Have they been around the world? Arctic ice wall. Not really a question. You cannot independently explore Antarctica. That's why, or it's called the Antarctic Treaty. Well, I know because of yesterday's conversation that a gentleman did comedy in Antarctica. So I think that he was about to do that. All footballs are flat. Yes, that's why that game is so freaking hard. You about to get schooled? I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm just too round earth dumb, honestly. Soccer balls for you. The soccer ball is the most famous sphere. Bro, if you said the wall, if you saw the ice wall, then you're lying when you're saying the edge and cat's doctrine. Bro, if you said you saw the ice wall, I didn't. I Googled it. Then you're lying about when you're saying edge and cats, doctor. No, dude, cats do knock stuff off ledges, I think. I have a cat. It knocks shit off everywhere. Let's see. You have to have containment in order to have air pressure. You have to have containment in order to have. So there's no air pressure on Earth, right? Is that what you're saying? There's an episode of Anthony Bourdain, Parts Unknown in the Antarctic. Dude, he makes probably the best foie gras on the ice wall on the edge of space. Flat Earth says plenty of footage of ice walls or Antarctic shorelines. I mean, I've seen coastal shorelines. I haven't seen one that just goes into whatever not space is. Only the footballs of Tom Brady play. Hey, that was like a 3-year-old joke, but I'm into it. Cats knock things off 200-meter walls. Sure, dude, they just knock things. Like it's not like they're doing measurements to say like, well, this is too far for me to knock Zach's remote control off of. Is level is level horizontal? Is level horizontal? I've never thought of that. I guess yeah, sure. You have to live in a pressurized enclosed system. For what? Like for humans do? To survive? Probably. James Barlow, can you fall off the edge of a lake or a pond? The edge of the shoreline is of the world pond. But so if you all right, so say I'm on like the edge of a pond, right? And I fall off. I'm gonna fall into water, right? Or if I fell the other way, I'd fall into sand or whatever. So if I'm on the edge of the earth and I fall, where do I go? Do you just fall into space? Can you fall off the edge of a lake? Yeah, I have. I think so. I think it was a lake. It might have been a pond. There's definitely a wall of ice there. It's a continent of ice. Well, yeah. I mean, there's probably mountains on there too. So you can breathe. I can breathe. I've been dealing. I mean, I've been dealing. I had a hard time this morning, but I think it's whatever. Where are the photos of the flat Earth? They don't exist. That's a good point. But I guess all pictures of Earth are the flat ones, right? Because it's there's no 3D pictures yet. Think Truman Show. Okay, I'm thinking Truman Show, and I'm thinking when he got to the edge, he poked a hole in the wall and realized that was fake. So we're going to be there too. You fell into the ether. No, I think it was like it was like vodka or something. I don't know. It's weird up here. You fall onto more land. Yeah, that's true. Canadian bacon. Thank you very much. Because we all know that what is on the other side of the ice wall is Canada. I think. Wait, Jesus Christus. If you want to see not space there, then when you see an ice wall, you see not space. If you want to see not space there, then when you see an ice wall, you see not space. I mean, there's not space a lot of places, especially all around this Earth. Like a swimming pool where the water flows over the edge, but it comes back into the pool. No idea why I mentioned it. Yeah, it's like one of those dope infinity pools only rich people have in movies. I don't know where the water goes, but it comes back into the pool somehow. Still no photographs or Earth. Probably of Earth. There's no photographs of Earth. There's not a single photograph of Earth. I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure I've seen Earth before. Fall into Conway's cloud of smoke. that is the ether. That's the joke I was trying to make. I do live in Colorado. Explain the blue marble photo taken in the early 70s. There was no photo. See, there you go. No Photoshop in the 70s, and that picture is beautiful. I guess it could have been hand drawn, but I doubt it. All made in Photoshop because they have to be. But what about before Photoshop was made? Barry, Soitaro, Beery. Beery? Barry. I don't know. I like that name. It's my new favorite name, just so you know. Barry. I like that. Mike Jones says, what tool would you use to establish level? Like a level, right? Isn't that the name of the tool? Just called a level? Circles are circles are round. The only thing we can say about the lights in the sky is that they look round. Circles are round. The only thing we can say about the lights in the sky is they look round. Do they? Paleblue.com. Go there. Then don't ask to see other than the ice wall there. As you asked, I want to see not space there. No, I'm not making fun of your English. I'm just trying to understand the sentiment. What I'm saying is, if I go to the ice wall, if I walk to the ice wall and I stand on top of the ice wall, as I think I can physically do, because there is no gravity that's holding me down, so I can just go up there. And I would assume it's a sheer cliff. And all I was saying by not space is I don't think a lot of flat earthers think space is real. So I was only saying, like, what would you see up there if there is no space? What is the not space I would see? That's all I was asking. Nice with Jamie. That's true. That's that ether joke from earlier. Horizon is horizontal. I think this is like a slow burn. We're going to get to that soon. Just Googled photo of the Earth. Just seeing a photo of the globe. But was that photo round? I mean, can you really say that? Density holds you. Density holds you down. What does that mean? Density holds me down because of what? I'm large. I am of weight. But what is it that holds me down if it's not gravity? Because I would need a force to stay, right? Like I mean, we have to admit that, like, when you walk on the earth, your feet come up, you take a step, the other foot comes up and you take a step. Something is keeping me on the earth, right? And so maybe it is density, but what's holding the density down? They're here. I like it. I'm into that. Bill Cosby helped. Okay, well, that's off topic, but also funny. They are. They're both right in this sentence. Bro, we see the ice wall for hundreds of kilometers with no end. It's not a wall with vacuum on the other side, like Game of Thrones. I've watched all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones, and I have not seen one vacuum in that show. I don't know how they keep that place so clean. I love how you read different tone inflections. I love how you read with different tones and inflections. I love how you read with different tones and inflections. So you agree that level is horizontal, and you use a level tool to establish level. Then you use a level to establish horizontal. Correct? Oh boy. Let's see. If I were to use a level to make sure something was level, would I use a level to establish horizontal? No, that doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know how you can establish that. Reread. Reread. Because you're okay, this is probably a solid insult, and I already appreciate it. Because you are heavier than the air that surrounds, a helium balloon is lighter than the air that surrounds you, therefore it rises. Yeah, it's because helium has less gravitational force than air, right? Because, like, the reason things are dense sinks is because they're heavier, and that makes them go down, I think. Let's see. Your mass holds you down. It is heavier than the medium air you're in. But the air is not heavier than me. Right? So how can it hold me down? I'm stronger than air. I've punched air before, dude. Like I can easily take on air. Who needs gravity when you're this big of a star? Seriously, like, I don't even want to get pulled down now. Like, let me float off. We don't move or spin. Who don't? I was spinning this morning. We see too far. Probably the deepest goddamn comment that I've read all day. This is the format for a weekly hit show right here. Yeah, I mean, I would love just to read comments and try to understand what people are saying to me, or talk to flat Earth people. Electrostatics, Earth's surface is negative charge. Everything above the Earth is positive charge. minus plus attract and density and buoyancy take care of the rest. Okay, so I guess what this is saying is that I have a static charge and the Earth has an opposite charge, and the Earth is just holding me down because of I'm a magnet. Earth is a magnet. Also density and buoyancy. So because Earth is a magnet, I'm somewhat magnetic. Air is heavier than me and also aggressively holding me down. And because I'm fat. But I think density still has to do with gravity. Am I wrong about that? You're the one asking for vacuums after the wall, not Game of Thrones. There's no vacuum. That's a violation of the 2-degree law of thermodynamics. All I'm saying is that I think in space there is a vacuum. If you're on the edge of something, can you not go over the edge? Is that not the definition of edge, right? Just that's it. Salt Army's Legion. Yeah, it's true. They're salty. The 1972 image of blue marble isn't a photo, it's a composite. That means it's made of different types of wood, everybody. Hello is mass. Therefore, mass doesn't fall. Helium is, I guess helium, right? No, helo is mass. Therefore, mass doesn't fall at 9,8 meters squared. Oh, I think you're describing gravity. I'm pretty sure. I have no idea, really. That would have been cooler without a typo. Maybe. I'm into typos. Helium. Solid burn. No, you are heavier than air, and that's why you don't float. Man, that's probably true. Jamie Dykes, how are you?
Yo,
Helium.
just to let you know, Dave is in the chat. He hasn't got the link.
No, you are heavier than air, and that's why you don't float. Does not have a link.
Yeah, he's saying he hasn't got a link.
True. Okay, let me see if I can. Jamie Dykes, how are you?
Hi, people. Hi, live people.
This is live.
Yeah.
Okay,
I just want to give you a heads up. I can see him like stressing out in block capital letters.
Oh no! All right, I guess I'll just put the link to this in the comments. Is that crazy? Oh, maybe I'll just email to him.
Just drop him an email. I did plan on coming on with you for this hour, but I just been stuck in work. I think my boss is on a period, so I didn't want to piss it off. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Conway, keep talking up, son.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're here, man. It's cool. I haven't seen this many people actually talk to me in my entire life, so this is interesting. I'm going to send an email. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm going to send an email over to Dave real fast and get him in here. I'm excited to talk to him. So I think Matt sent me his email earlier. So I'm going to send him a quick email. Dave, if you're listening, I'm going to try to send you an email in the next 2 minutes, and then we can have our chat.
Shabba.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to being converted. It's gonna be good, Mom.
That's all I've wanted. I told my dad that. I was like, Dad, I'm going to get converted today, and he's like, oh, finally. But I don't think he knew what I was talking about, though.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like going from Catholicism to Judaism. It's got to be the same sort of thing, right? So
that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, look, I have faith, I have passion. I could use more. I could have more passion in something else. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. If you got to roll, feel free to do what you got to do and pop back in whenever you want to. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to send this link over to him real fast.
Yeah, it's fine. I just finished up some stuff with work. So if this goes tits up, I'll jump in a bit. But have
cool,
a good one.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
I'll talk to you in a bit. Okay.
I'll talk to you soon.
Bye, pigs.
All right, so let me just get this link sent over to Dave so we can have this conversation rolling. And yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm excited to talk to Dave. I'm excited to talk to you guys in the chat. I'll get back to some of these comments soon. I just want to send this link. I just want to start talking to Mr. Dave. You think he goes by David? That's probably professional, right? I'm sorry, my computer is very slow today. So anyway, get the link sent. Link for today's show. And let's get this thing going. And honestly, if anybody wants to hop in here and chat with me or Dave as well, you're more than welcome to. I will send you a link as long as you're cool and funny. Okay, Dave, I think I just emailed you a link, so we'll see what that goes. All right, where were these comments? Where was the last comment that I was at here? So there's a helium. I remember that. Zach, I don't have this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, so I just got to these. I apologize, Dave. I didn't know that. The only real force in nature are electricity and magnetism. That's true. That's how I met my wife. Both of those things. I caught her with magnets and electricity. You're the straw man fallacy guy. I'm the straw man fallacy guy. I guess I have to like look that up too. So much stuff I have to Google just to have a conversation. I love that there's some science that they'll use, but they deny other aspects of proven science law. Yeah, that's true, man. Like you can't say some science, but also not some science, I think. Look up documentaries from NASA, document 1207, definition and derivation of a linear flight module. On the last page, it states that equations are based on a non-flat, non-rotating Earth. Oh, flat, non-rotating Earth. So, wait, oh, Canadian bacon? I didn't know that you were... Okay, I thought you were a spherehead. Yeah, for real. Hello, handsome. Oh, hey, Matt's calling me, I think. Hang on a second. Hello?
Hello, I sent you on Facebook his email address. I sent him the StreamYard link 100 times.
Yeah, no, I sent him a link, girl. I just sent him an email.
Oh. I wondered because he said in the chat room we never got the link.
Yeah. Well, I know. I saw that, and then I sent it to him via email.
All right, you're good. Thanks.
All right, bye. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I hope, David. Do you have the link yet? I hope so. All right, where was I? Bill Cosby hit people. No, that's not good. Hi, Jamie. Oh, every one of his supporters would flood in. That's fine. Jamie is a little professional. Yeah, right. He's like, I'm working. Check out this flex. I'm at work. Tom Hardy Carter. That's cute. Where's the? I don't know. I'm pretty. I mean, I know that I sent him the link, so I really could just put the link in the chat, and but I don't want a bunch of people showing up in here. I would love to. Oh boy, am I gonna do this? Am I just gonna put? All right, I'm gonna put it in this chat. I'm gonna put the link to this thing in the chat. If you if you want to pop in here for a second, I might kick you out. But at least this way, I know for a fact that Dave will have it. So I think I just did that. So yeah, if you see that link, Dave, click on it, man. There's people that want to chat with you. Where's Dave? I know. Let's see. This flat Earth guy can't even spell your name right, even though it's on the screen. My confidence level has dropped. Well, no one said they can read. Books are flat. Well, they can probably read. Then it is possible the Earth is flat. If you say no, then it's already too late, as your mind is closed. Oh, I'm able to say that it could be. I would just like, someone to teach me. That's it. I'm not closed-minded. The gravity of the situation is letting Dave down. It's the density of the situation that's letting him down, I think. You sent it to the wrong email. Well, that's the only email that I had. Oh, here we go. Hello.
Hold on, I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
1 second. Audio.
Testing. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. I can hear you. I can hear that.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
I can't hear you for some reason. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Audio. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. Hello.
I can't.
Matt Zim. Michael Zinn.
You know what? I'll just go like this.
Adios. Is it possible the Earth is flat? Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. I'm here for the wordplay, boys. Will and Jamie, LOL. That means laugh out loud. Or lots of love, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
What the hell?
I can hear you. Testing. If you go into your settings, can you hear me at all? This is nice. All right. If you go into your, here we go.
Sorry
Michael,
about that.
No, you're fine. How are you, sir?
I closed the wrong window. I was like, "Oh, I got to close the YouTube window," and then I closed this window by accident. How you doing, man? Nice to meet you.
I'm doing great. Nice meeting you, sir. Yeah, Mr. Dave is having a little bit of technical issues, so just wait on that.
Cool.
But Mr. Zinn, how are you?
I'm doing great, man. I'm really excited. I watched some of the Flat Earth Dave stuff yesterday to see what it was about, and I'm kind of like you. I would love for Dave to have some sort of proof that the veil is being lifted and that, you know, things are not what we think they are. Like, that would be amazing.
I would love that. I would love that.
All right, I'm here.
All right. You can hear me, sir.
I can hear both of you. Yes.
Excellent.
Awesome.
David, it's very nice meeting you, sir. My name is Zach Wiseman.
Totally.
I have a company called Some Nobodies, mostly comedy, but Matt Napo has roped me into doing this, and I get to chat with you today. I'm very excited about that. With me here is Michael Zinn, friend of the show. I hope it's okay as well.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
That's fine, no problem. And you know, I've been listening for a little while, and we've got a lot to go through. How much time do we have?
As literally as long as you want. I have nothing to do today. I've cleared my schedule for 2 days, so I'm ready for a 48-hour conversation about this.
All right, we'll go 2 full days. This will be perfect.
Okay, perfect. Now, so I did some research on you, but I knew that you were coming on the show. I Googled you, I watched some videos, and it seems that the majority of people that you talk to are antagonistic. Really, they're kind of like they're fighty off the bat, and I don't think I'm definitely not going to do that. That's not my style.
Well, you say the majority of the people. You Googled flat Earth and my name, and up came Professor Dave, who's not really a professor, and who actually embarrassed himself in that video. If you watch the analysis of it by some very smart people, which I'll show you guys where to find that later. But most people are unfortunately flat earthers already, and the other ones are questioning it and willing to listen. I'm hoping you're the second.
Oh, absolutely. I'm always ready to listen. I'm always ready to hear anybody, and I love having amazing conversations, and I'm not someone that just gets angry and calls people stupid. So that's not where I'm coming from.
You did say earlier, maybe when you were on with Matt, who interviewed me a year or a couple years ago, and we had an audio interview, and he was unable to understand anything I was saying. So now I'll have some visuals, and I think I'll make it a lot easier for those willing to listen, those willing to see. And I'll explain all of that stuff. So earlier in the show, you made a whole bunch of false, not your fault. And by the way, we all did the same thing that you're doing. We compared the fake heliocentric model to the fake flat Earth model, and we go, look, it doesn't work because this fake model doesn't work inside of this fake model, right? So you're looking at two different things. Here behind me is a balloon at 120,000 feet. Right, you have to believe that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour below me. It is traveling around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour. So it's going around this at 66,600 miles an hour. It's also chasing the sun, which is running away from us at 500,000 miles per hour. But somehow my balloon just stays right where it is. Mm-hmm. So let's just go a little farther here. So this is what, non-flat earthers think. We're the only disk planet. Well, all the other planets round. This is a meme that was programmed into our minds to go, look, the other planets are round. First thing is, if those lights in the sky were round, what does that have to do with the Earth? And we'll get into that a little bit later. But this is not flat Earth. This is not flat Earth. This is only what flat Earth deniers or flat Earth, people that hate flat Earth think. We're not a disk planet floating in space. All right. So you have to believe when you look up in the sky that the Earth is tilting like this and the stars are staying still. Right. That's not what any of us experiences. That's what our common sense will show us. This is what you also have to believe. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. We're orbiting at 66,600 miles an hour. This is your belief. We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour. We're traveling 4.4 billion miles every year, never to return to where we were before. But somehow, if you go out tonight and take a picture of the stars, and then a year from now, same night, same time, take a picture of the stars from the same spot, every star will be in the exact same position. Think about that.
But it's
no, it's absolutely true. It's 100% true. 100% true.
Well, that's not true because when they watch the movie, look. I'm not a scientist. I'm a movie guy. I'm a comedian. I like.
Tell me how it's not true.
But here's the thing. What I know is that when people watch the movie Titanic, they told James Cameron that there's no way the stars would be where they are in that year. And he had to go back and actually do the research to find out where the stars would be positioned if it were that year. Now, granted, not in 1 year, but that's 80 some years. So
okay,
I mean,
so we'll get into that in a little bit. Let me just go through this opening, but I'll show you how the idea that the Earth is processing. And that we'll have a new star in 2,000 years. And 2,000 years ago, we had a different North Star. I'll prove that absolutely false in a little while. So you have to believe we're going. Go ahead.
I was going to say,
interrupt me at any time because you said you're going to talk a lot, but I'm going to talk a lot. But I'm going to try to let you talk more than me. Go ahead.
That's totally fine. And my interruptions are not out of rudeness. I wanted to preface something and just say I'm willing to go into this conversation, able to be taught, able to learn facts. I'm willing to go into something as a neutral, unbiased party and listen to what you have to say. All I'm asking is that you do the same thing. You go 100%. Into this conversation as it's a neutral party, and with facts alone, we kind of come to an agreement that this actually seems like it makes the most amount of sense. Not just you talking over people just to keep spouting things. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is false or not false. I'm just trying to start a dialogue and saying, I would like to have a conversation based on this.
No problem. So please make a note to address the precession of the Earth and how the stars would be different during the time of the Titanic, which is also another whole nother rabbit hole.
And I would like to give Michael a chance to say hello.
Yeah. First of all, great to meet you. I come from the same place. I would love to be proven that the reality I've been taught is somehow not the reality that actually is. That would be amazing to see right here in this moment. But I just think that in this argument that you're presenting, saying that how would the stars be in the same spot, you have to, in your model, the rest of the galaxy is not moving at all either. But if everything is moving relative to everything else, then I think Zach's argument is a great one. Good job.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, the whole idea that the Milky Way galaxy is spinning, and that's a whole nother thing. All the stars are moving in their own directions. They're all going around their own orbits. There's binary stars supposedly that are orbiting. There's no possible way that everything could mirror everything. You got binary stars. You got stars that are just going in this direction, stars that are going in that direction, stars that are moving away from you. To believe that everything can move in lockstep is a non-thought out belief.
Well, let's start at the beginning though. Like, can we all agree that gravity is a real thing?
We're not to gravity yet, but we're gonna in-depthly cover gravity.
Well,
when you say gravity is a real thing, which one? Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity?
Well, which gravity do you believe in?
I don't believe in either.
You don't believe that there is a force that is gravity that holds things to.
There's something that makes things go down. You want to call it gravity? Go ahead, call it gravity. But when you say gravity, you're referring to Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending of warping of space-time, which are just gobbledygook words. And then there's Newtonian gravity, when he had an apple fall on his head. And thank God a kid didn't let go of a helium balloon at the same time, because then he wouldn't come up with the theory of gravity. Gravity is a theory. It needs 96% dark matter and dark energy, which is made up, never been seen, never been observed. But the scientists say it has to be there or gravity doesn't work. Therefore, it's real. So they made up 96%. So if I owed you $1 and I gave you 4 cents, I go, listen, the other 96 cents is there. You just don't see it. I guarantee you it's there. It has to be there because I'm paying you $1. Okay?
Sounds like Bitcoin.
It's as stupid as stupid can be. Mm-hmm. So let's just put these speeds into what's the word I'm looking for? Context. There we go. Sure. So here's the hypersonic sled track. It's going. If you can Google this yourself, that way you can hear the sound. And it's shocking. It goes by a Mach 8.6. It's 8.6 times the speed of sound. Watch. Here it goes. Can't even see it. Okay. You have to believe that we are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. 10 times. You can't imagine twice as fast. Matter of fact, you can't even imagine this speed because you can't even see it. 10 times in a curved trajectory. Curved. That means we're turning off of our vector. We're turning off of a straight line. If you're in a car going 100 miles an hour and that car turns, you feel that push. That's because you're curving. Okay. So you have to believe we're going 10 times faster than this around the sun, 100 times faster than this chasing the sun in another curved directory, speeding up, slowing down, and curving. Okay. Get a dinner plate in a car going 100 miles an hour or even 10 miles an hour and fill it with water and then try to speed up, slow down, or take the slightest turn. That water's going all over the place. Put that dinner plate on the smoothest floor in your house on something with wheels on it and try to drag it across the room. That water is going all over the place. But when we go out into nature, we have this. We are spinning. We are twirling. We are corkscrewing through space. And we have lakes that look like this, right? What does this tell you? Nature tells you. Nature doesn't lie. We're not moving. The tiniest stomp on the ground, the tiniest vibration would move that water. And I know the programmed answer is, well, on an airplane, I could drink a glass of water and I could walk to the bathroom. And I say, well, if you want to compare the airplane to the slowest motion of the Earth, which is the spin, you have to double the speed of the airplane. You have to remove the outer shell of the airplane because there's no container surrounding the Earth. And the pilot has to nosedive fast as a free-falling skydiver over a mile a minute. Okay? That's a comparison. And let me know how your water's doing and your walk to the bathroom's doing. But we're going in all these directions, and we have this. This is common sense, not nonsense.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah. So you're saying, you talk about this container, right? And I don't know what the flat Earth belief is, the true flat Earth belief, your belief of what atmosphere is. Do you believe that there's an atmosphere or some sort of something with the flat Earth? I mean,
absolutely. I'm breathing air. It's thinner here. It's nice and thick down here at sea level, and it's thinner.
Would that be the container? The atmosphere be the container.
So can you go out and pick me up a tank of propane, but don't bring the tank, just bring the propane?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not a container.
Well, you need a container. What's the container for our atmosphere? What is holding the air to the Earth? Because you believe that we live on a rock, a lumpy rock, which is surrounded by water, which becomes perfectly smooth when it's calm. And then that's surrounded by high pressure air where we're breathing. And that's, that's adjacent. Hold on. That's adjacent to a void, a vacuum, a zero pressure. Okay. It's adjacent to it without a container. Nowhere in nature, nowhere in a lab, nowhere ever in science are you able to put high pressure next to low pressure or no pressure next to high pressure without a physical container. Okay. If you want to believe that gravity is holding the air to Earth, then you can get a shoebox, and hold it upright and then suck all of the air out of the room from below the shoebox, and gravity should hold the air that's in the shoebox. That's ridiculous. We know that doesn't happen, but that's what you have to believe if you believe gravity's holding air to Earth.
Okay. I think
I don't understand that.
I think.
All right. Let me make it a little simpler. Let me make it a little simpler. You got our high pressure system, then you have the void of space, a vacuum of space, and not a vacuum like a vacuum cleaner, a void, no pressure. Right. Okay, and you think that gravity is holding the air down. Okay, so when I drink through a straw, I'm not creating a vacuum. I'm creating the slightest difference in low pressure in my mouth and lungs, which will pull water and air up and away from the Earth. So at what altitude can I not drink or pull air through a straw that's facing downward with the weak low pressure system of my mouth and lungs?
I don't know the scientific answer to
that.
Well,
there is no scientific answer. There is no answer because I can exchange high pressure to low pressure at any time. Now here's the thing. Yeah, you're not a doctor, neither not a scientist, neither am I. But I've studied, I've learned, and when you have a degree, it's a degree of consensus. It's a degree of, hey, you agree within this book, and we'll give you a degree. It's nonsense. I took 4 years of astronomy in college. I was awesome at it. It's all nonsense.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah. Sorry, Zach. Outside of your beliefs about the Earth and what we've been told reality is, I'm curious because of what I do. What are your spiritual beliefs? Do you have spiritual beliefs?
That's a good question. It has nothing to do with the Earth, but I'll answer it. Before I discovered flat Earth, I guess the best description of me would be atheistic. Okay. I didn't believe that there's a creator. I believed in evolution, the Big Bang. I believed, all of the stuff that they told us in school. But then when I was forced to actually look at flat Earth and not just recite, sticks in the shadows, Aristophanes, boats over the curve, sunsets, day and night. How could it be day here and night here? Time zones. When I was done spewing all those indoctrinated questions with answers already in my head, I looked and I tried to debunk flat Earth. I tried to debunk. I tried to prove flat Earth wrong and prove the globe right. Only then can you find it. But now they make it very difficult because if you try to search any of these terms, you get all propaganda.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question. My question is really, what are you? Who is the I behind you decided that you were going to look into these things? What makes you tick?
So
what are you? What are you?
I believe that I believe that we all have for the term I use is a soul. And that soul is our eternal being. And I'm here in this physical existence, experiencing this time. I look at this place as a school, as a place to learn and appreciate and expand the mind of the creator.
Okay. That's fair. That'll lead me to some other questions, but I don't want to step all over this.
No problem.
Go ahead.
So we're taught that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of the ball, about 10 to 13,000 miles around, depending on who you listen to. Okay. When in fact, that's not how the Earth is set up. And when you look for high altitude shots of the Earth, Antarctica is just cartoons. It's all cartoons. You never get any pictures of cartoons of Antarctica except the shoreline. There's certain spots on the shoreline where they'll show you there is a base there, Casey Base, and all these other things. So if it's not a continent at the bottom of the Earth, what is Antarctica? Why is it displayed really strangely on maps? And here's the model that I use. Okay. And when I say a model, this is how I see the Earth. Right. This is scientifically possible. Okay. We'll get into that. So a pond is a body of water surrounded by land that is higher than the water, that contains the water. If you don't believe me, go to the edge of a pond, dig a trench, and the water will flow somewhere else. Okay. A lake is a bigger pond. The world's oceans are a giant pond, a giant lake. And what is holding that water in is the highest land on Earth. That's Antarctica. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It is the shoreline that surrounds our pond. It is the shoreline that gives the lateral pressure to our oceans, which lay flat when at rest, and it holds them in. Okay. Antarctica is the land that surrounds our ponds, and all of the water is the water that surrounds all of the continents and islands. And that's where we live. Right. So question there. And people, so I heard you guys talking about the ice wall before. You say, well, I've seen, some shorelines and stuff. This is Antarctica. This is the shoreline, right? When Flat Earth wants you to believe that this is the shoreline, this is what's going to happen. No, this is just the shoreline. What's out there is the question, right? What's farther out? This is the best map that we have. It may not be perfect, but I'm going to show you why it's damn near perfect. And they claim, they just took the globe and stretched it out and made Australia longer and stuff. Mm-hmm. This map is what they use for navigation. This map was in all schools and libraries up into the 1950s. This was everywhere. And now it's hidden from you. Here's the shoreline of Antarctica. We don't know what's out here. So we just stop the map right here. We just stop. We're not gonna put something that we don't know, but this is what we know. Okay. So if you wanted to circumnavigate Antarctica, 13,000 miles. Okay. You can get on a ship, figure out how fast you're going. Captain Cook is the last person that did it successfully. It took him 3.5 years and he went over 60,000 miles. 60,000 miles. Well, the equator is only 24,000 miles. And as you get lower and lower on the ball, the equator is 24,000 miles around. And as you get lower and lower, it should be less and less, but it got more and more. Why is that? Because he went all the way out, all the way around here, right? Here's the thing. Governments of the world can't agree on anything except two things. Nobody can go to Antarctica and explore independently, even though they say there's no people, there's no plants, there's no animals. It's barren cold, filled with resources, oil, coal, uranium, everything we need. filled with resources. Nobody can go there and explore it. And all the countries in the world agree. And the other thing they all agree on is the thing that happened in 2020, still going on today. Everybody needs to deal with that in lockstep. Okay.
So what's the answer to the question? You posed it yourself. If you go to the cliff or wall or whatever, it goes on.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Is it an infinite plane?
Anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica or higher than we can get is speculation. Is it an infinite plane? Well, do you have an infinite universe? You can speculate on it, in your heliocentric world. I think it's an extended plane. Some flat earthers aren't sure that there's a dome pinning us down, that we may just live in, I don't know. There's lots of questions that we don't know. We're willing to admit we don't know. We're willing to change our mind based on new information. Mm-hmm. We're willing to do tests and look at things. But when you look at, this map works where the globe map doesn't work.
So in your map, though, if I were in Australia and I wanted to fly to South America, I would need to go. I mean, the shortest distance between two lines is a straight line. The shortest is a straight line. So you're saying that if I'm from Australia and I need to go to South America, I travel all the way over North America.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, and then we'll tell you how we tried to verify this ourselves. Mm-hmm. So this is what they did. They took our map and wrapped it around a sphere. Okay, and so here's Antarctica, and they go, "Oh, Antarctica is a continent right at the bottom." That's what they did. Okay, that's what they did. That's why everything gets out of whack in the South. The North, not so bad, right? But in the South, they got really screwed up. So let's look at some southern flights. All right. So give me 1 second here. Where's the one? All right. So let me ask you a question real quick. Here's the world. You got the equator right here. Okay. How many airports you think are in the north? I have no idea. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever. Okay, let's say there's 10,000 different airports all above the equator. If you can pick any two airports, any combination of any two northern airports, and you were going to fly from one to the other, would you ever need to go below the equator?
If you are below the equator.
No. If you're in the north, starting from a northern airport, let me be very, very clear. You're starting from an airport in the north, and you're going to another airport in the north. Here's the equator. Would you ever need to go below the equator?
I don't think so.
Simple answer. Okay.
Sure, no.
And guess what? You're right. No flight, no northern to northern flight ever goes below the equator. So the same should be true for a southern to southern flight if you're in the southern hemisphere, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at southern flights. So here we have a shot where they go all the way up to Los Angeles and all the way back down. Now the argument is, well, they have to drop other people off. Nope. There's people that want to go from here to where is that? Peru? Lima. Is that Lima, Peru? I can't see it. It's too small. And so it goes all the way to Los Angeles, refuels, and continues. Why is that a straight line? Why did it cross the equator, the blue line, twice? Why did a southern flight cross the equator twice? Now, let me show you a couple more, and then I'm going to take away your objection of that it's a flight route. Here's another one, goes all the way up to Los Angeles. Look at it on a flat Earth map. It's a straight flight. Let's look at another one. Okay. Here's one. Again, Los Angeles. This is Lima, Peru. Bam. This is shorter than the first leg of the trip on the globe, but in reality, it's a straight line, right?
Can I address that?
Yeah, yes, please.
So a plane can only hold a certain amount of fuel and needs to refuel, and there's no land mass where they can stop and get refuel.
That's not true. That's not true. There's plenty of there's islands here. There's I think is this where? I forget which island it is. There's islands here. Guess what? There's no islands here either. There's the same amount of places here. This is a shorter flight. This is a longer flight. Planes don't run out of gas. Okay. Planes don't run out of fuel.
Run out of
But
gas? Wait a second. Hold on. Planes
How-
don't
how-
run out
how-
of gas.
how in the last 25 years, how many airliners have fallen out of the sky because they've run out of gas?
The
Well, because
ones that
they-
have tried to fly beyond the amount of gas that they have in their tanks.
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Let me retract that statement.
Planes can only hold a certain amount of gas. Gas
Right.
can only get you a certain distance. How
Okay.
does that not make sense? I just
Mhm.
I'm lost.
So let's take this off the equation with what we call emergency landings. Right? Sometimes on a plane, someone has a heart attack, someone's having a baby, they got to land right away. Okay. So here's a flight from New York to Hawaii. So you're going from New York to Hawaii, and right about here, they had an emergency. They needed to land right away. Why did they travel?
One particular flight?
This is one specific flight. I'm going to show you several of them, right? So, and this is just a meme. Don't believe this. You got to research this. Make sure I'm telling the truth. They went 1,000 miles out of the way, and they got there in a really short period of time. Doesn't make sense. They landed in Seattle, but if you look at it on a flat Earth map, Seattle's right on the flight route. Odd coincidence. Let's try another one. Okay. There's no excuse.
Well, I mean,
for
just because you have an
Yeah.
emergency doesn't mean that like they can reroute all planes at an airport. Like
Okay,
there's
so-
air traffic controllers that plot all these planes perfectly.
Okay,
For
help
that
me out. I'm going to be the pilot. You be the air controller. I'm flying along. I'm right about here. Excuse me, air control. We have an emergency. A woman's having a heart attack and a baby at the same time. Where can we land?
Probably not in war-torn countries or any place they feel unsafe for some reason.
I need to land in the next 15 minutes or everyone's going to die. Go 1,500 miles out of your way to Moscow. Okay, thank you. That's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, absolutely ridiculous. So, and war-torn countries, good one. Okay, I haven't thought about that. Dallas, Beijing to Calgary, right? It landed. It emerged Dallas to Beijing. This is where they tell us it's going.
Mhm.
It landed in Calgary, 1,500 miles. I think that is 1,500 miles. That's 3 hours. But if you look at it on a flat Earth map, why is Calgary right on line? Again, is that just a coincidence? Okay.
I mean, in all fairness, the map that you're showing, A, is based on a globe, and B,
No, the globe is based on the flat Earth map. You got it backwards. You were brainwashed into believing that we took the globe and spread it out when you took the globe and wrapped our
Sure.
flat Earth around it.
Okay,
Okay?
then let me ask you a question real fast. Where is south?
Great question. Thank you.
I'm in Colorado, right? I got a compass on me. North is where? South is what?
Yes, very good questions. Thank you. Let's get it. But before all the research has been done for you, all of the articles, all of the flight routes, everything. It's in 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. There's a free PDF online. Just Google it. You'll find it. Or you can buy the book on lulu.com if you want a coffee table book, because it's kind of awesome.
Mhm.
All right. So circumnavigation. So where is south?
Yeah, what's south?
Yeah, I'm
On a flat Earth, why is there south?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm trying to find the right graphic.
Dave, while you're finding it, I gotta split. I got a business meeting I gotta get ready for and fix myself.
Good luck. Hopefully you'll listen later, and you have my email. You can contact me if you have any questions.
Yeah, man.
Michael,
I would love to talk to you more about what you believe. You said you believe in the soul, and like what happens to your soul when you die and all of that stuff. I'd love to know.
It
what you
depends on
believe
how
in.
many flat Earth clock app referral points you have.
I'd love to
Michael-
talk to you about that. I'll email
Michael,
you
have a
later.
great day. Nice meeting you, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Zach. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for
Dude,
the
it's-
time, man.
It's my pleasure.
So this is just a fun little wall compass I made. North is in the center.
Mhm.
So if you have a magnetic center, okay, a magnetic center, everywhere you hold a compass will point to that magnetic center. So every direction with your back to the center of the lake,
Mhm.
okay, will be south. So south is every direction away from the center. Let me show you on a flat Earth map.
But my question is, so the reason that north and compasses point to north is because of the electromagnetic field that is caused by the spinning of the Earth. Right?
Okay, so you think that the Earth is spinning, it has a molten magnetic core. Okay, well, a molten magnetic core, that's what somebody was talking about in chat earlier about the Curie point. The Curie point is the point where a magnet melts and it loses 100% of its magnetism before it melts. So you can't have a molten magnetic core. They're just lying. Okay, and we'll talk about why you think we have a molten magnetic core, but let's get through one thing at a time. Okay, so here's a magnet right here. This is my magnetic center. And some people think that there's a magnetic mountain at the center of the Earth. There's a magnetic force that all magnets point to, all compasses point to. A compass needs to be level. It doesn't need to be on the bottom side of a ball, right? Having, believing that you got your North Pole here and I have a compass here, that it's going to, the compass would be pointing like through the Earth. And here it would pointing straight up, right? But on a flat plane, compasses work perfectly. So here I got the needle. It's pointing towards the north. South is away from the center. Now, let me just get through this and ask you a question. So I'm going to try to push this compass west. Pretend it's a boat, an airplane. I'm going to push it west. Now, west,
south, right?
No, west is a circle. West is a circle because I got to keep that needle pointing towards the center. So I have to keep turning. West is a circle. This doesn't prove the Earth is a globe or flat because it works the same on both. West is a circle. East is a circle. I have to keep turning, right? Because that needle has to point towards the center the whole time. So east is right here, 90 degrees. I'm still heading 90 degrees, 90 degrees. Now, if I wanted to dead reckon west, so here's dead reckoning. I'm going to point. I'm not moving. There's west. If I don't correct to the north, I'm heading south. I'm already heading south. South is moving away. So if you go in any straight line, you'll end up at the edge of the lake, south, Antarctica. Okay. So here, wait, one last thing. If I head south on a globe, I should pop up on the other side of the Earth. If I go this way, I should pop up over here. If I leave Santiago, I go south, I should pop up over here. Okay. But if you go south on a flat Earth, you just disappear. So all someone has to do is go south and pop up on the other side and they win. No one's ever done it. Billions and billions of people. Now, if I go, I'm heading north, 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 up, I'm still going straight. I'm heading south. As soon as you pass the North Pole, you're going south. Every straight line goes south. Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of people have gone around the world south. I mean, not south, east and west. And some have gone north and then south to get to the other side. But if you keep going south, you don't return. Nobody has circumnavigated south.
Nobody's done that. That's interesting.
Nobody. So yeah, I'll take an interesting. I appreciate
that is interesting.
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, that is interesting.
So let's just if you actually do some research on that, you're gonna find this guy that went for the world record. This happened a few years ago. We're like, yeah, and like, we can track him, right? So he was gonna go from I forget where he started. So he started in New York, goes around the North Pole, Alaska, California, probably Hawaii, the Philippines, over here, went to Santiago. Then he went to the South Pole. And then he said the weather was too bad. So he turned around and came back and went up through Brazil and back to New York. And we're like, well, didn't do it, right? Doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It proves that he didn't prove that it was a globe. Guinness Book gave him the world record for north-south circumnavigation. And all he did on a flat Earth map is he went here, 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 and here. That's like me going to the end of my road, tapping the telephone pole, going to the other end of the road, tapping the telephone pole, and coming back on my street is a sphere.
Yeah, I guess
he got the world record for north, south, southern circumnavigation for doing this. Can you agree that this does not prove it's a globe?
I can agree that is a circle that is not
on a flat surface.
On a flat surface. Yes, I can agree.
Correct. If he went south, if he kept going south from the alleged North Pole, South Pole, he should have ended up in Australia.
Well, there's no South Pole, right? Isn't that what you're also saying?
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
So here's just Amelia Earhart. This is her trip. I forget if she went east or west, but she just went to all of these locations. This is east, or she went this way. It's all west. And she circled the Earth. That's it. That's all she did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's pivot a second. Because I was walking earlier and I felt a gust of wind on me. And I was interested by what wind was. Scientifically,
high pressure going to low pressure.
That's wind itself?
Yeah, you got high pressure and low pressure. They try to equalize.
So are you saying that that's the same thing that causes tides?
No.
What causes the tide?
Why would I say that?
Well, I'm just curious because to me, tides are caused by the gravitational force of the moon.
What gravitational force? Einsteinian gravity or Newtonian gravity?
Well, I guess we'll say Newtonian gravity for the sake of argument right here. But the fact that the moon goes around the Earth and pulls some of the Earth with it, which causes tides, which causes the wind. What if there's no gravity? What makes tides happen?
So let's look at the official story of how tides happen on Earth. Okay. So if my head was the moon, I'm pulling the water away from the Earth here and creating a high tide. See my high tide right here? This bulge of water, not to scale, of course. Okay. So this bulge of water is being pulled by my moon head and creating a high tide. But there's a low tide here, and there's another high tide over here. So what do you think the official story is why there's a high tide on the other side of the Earth when the moon's pulling all the water this way?
Because the moon keeps going.
The moon keeps going. Those are just words. What does that mean?
Well, because the moon is constantly going around the Earth, and it's constantly.
So, but why is there a high tide over here? Let me give you their official answer. The official answer is the moon pulls the water away from the Earth here, but pulls the Earth away from the water over here. That's their official explanation, and that the Earth is spinning in between those two tidal bulges. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you believe that 238,000 mile away, 250,000 miles away moon can pull a bulge of water here and then pull the Earth away and not pull the water with it, I'm sorry, I can't help you. Okay. That's absolute insanity. So you got that. We have trillions of tons of water in clouds that the Earth can't pull that down. It can pull the ocean up and away from the Earth, but it can't pull the water out of the sky.
Well, density would make that cloud,
density.
Right. It would make that cloud less heavy.
The cloud is more dense than the dry air. Why doesn't it fall out of the sky? Right.
The cloud is more dense than dry air. That's not true.
The cloud is more dense than dry air.
No.
The moisture in the cloud is less dense than dry air.
Yeah, that's why the cloud stays up there.
Because it's less dense.
Yeah. It just has water molecules in it, but is less dense. Yeah.
So the water molecules are less dense than the dry air.
The collective of the water molecules are less dense and therefore causes less gravity than the air itself. Yes.
I thank God I can't even look at the chat right now. All right. So there's no correlation to there actually is a tiny correlation, but it's not when there's a full moon, there's higher tides. Well, when there's a new moon, that means no light on the moon in the heliocentric model. That means it's right in line with the sun, which also has gravity. There should be massive tides because the moon and the sun are pulling on the water. Okay. But they're not. Why would a lit moon have any different gravity from a non-lit moon? Here's spots on the Earth where there's all these weird tides. There's places on the Earth that have no tide. There's places on Earth that have massive high tides. Other places that have tiny little tides, right? And when you lay this map over the magnetic map of the world, which has basically, it's a quadrupole system, it very much lines up with the magnetics of the Earth. So electricity and magnetism are the only two forces on Earth, right? The sun and the moon spin around the Earth, and they're the ones that are the anode and one's the cathode of the Earth battery system. Let me just show you a quick graphic so I don't lose you. Where is it? Gravity. There it is. Gravity. So we have this we live in this free energy system, right? The elite don't want us to know that, because if we had free energy and we didn't have to pay for fuel for our homes and cars, well, that would change things. The sun is the cathode, the moon is the anode, the salt water carries the current, the land is the salt bridge. It's a giant energy system. And as the sun spins around the Earth, the sun and the moon spin around, lapping each other. Whoops, that's not what I want to show you. I'll show you this. As the sun spins around, the sun and the moon spin around in between the tropics, and they lay an electromagnetic wake. Like if you push your hand through water, it will spin opposite directions. You get vortices spinning one way south and a different way north. Okay. So you have this electromagnetic system. The tides, when you actually look at them, do not correlate to the moon, but we've been told all our lives that the moon's gravity causes high tides, and that's what we just parrot it right back.
All right, well, quick question on your graphic right here. I do see there's a very distinct line in the middle that causes the shadow. Now, if the sun is above us and the Earth is flat, what causes that shadow?
Right. So let's First, we have to get into understanding. So the sun, let me pull this down here. So the sun, as it moves through the year, I'm going to jump a month at a time here. So we're going to go out to December or January. Here, I'm out of January. The sun is out farther. And if you look at this, it's no longer straight. It kind of wraps around.
Why?
Okay. Well, my opinion is we're closer to the dome, whatever that is, whether it's electromagnetic, whether it's energetic, whether it's ice, who knows? But it wraps around, and we could do experiments that show you that's exactly what happens. And then 6 months later, hold on.
But I mean,
6 months later,
it's
it's closer to the center. It's more representing a circle here, and you have longer dark. Now, I heard you say earlier that only on a globe, on a flat Earth, half the Earth can't always be half light and half dark.
Right.
Okay. That's you're right. It would be more difficult. Only during the equinox does it actually balance out like that. But if we look at day and night, this was just a few weeks ago, whenever this was, a few months ago, there was a day where the majority of the Earth was in sunlight. Okay. Way more than half. Okay. Way more than half. That is impossible. If we live on a globe, I don't care what tilt it is, how far it is, whatever. If you have a single source light and a globe, no matter how you tilt it, exactly half of it should be lit. And that's not what we experience in reality.
But if there's a single source light on a flat surface, how is there any shadows?
Right. Well, we'll get into that. So just real quick. So this is day and night put on a flat Earth map. This is the actual readings. And this is just a dome, and I'm moving a light back and forth. And you see that the light wraps around and it changes its shape. So let's look at some real world examples, not just a model that confirms our real world sample.
That doesn't confirm anything.
Well, it shows you how light can. It shows you how light can.
All I'm saying is on a flat surface, if the light is shifting and a shadow appears, that means that is not a flat surface. There is a third dimension that is holding that light from getting to that part. If I have anything that is flat and I shine a light on any surface of it, the entire thing is illuminated, not as well as the part that has the light on it, but the entirety of that surface is illuminated.
That's not true. That's actually not true at all. Go into a dark room, get a light, hold it like a foot over the floor in a big dark room, and look at the other end of the room. It's dark. It's dark. Now, and you'll see a light, you'll see a circular light pattern on the floor.
Yeah.
But if you go to the other side of the room, you can still see the light.
Yeah, but
that light is not.
In all fairness, though, the sun is a lot brighter than a flashlight in a room. I mean, the sun.
Actually, a flashlight in a room is probably brighter than the sun, because in comparison, if you scale it up and use the inverse square law of light, it doesn't matter. But I'm going to show you several things right now that's going to help you understand if you're willing to, willing to listen.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, here we go. So first I'm going to show you how perspective works. All right. And when we look, hold 1 second. When we look at the sun going away, it looks like it's going down, 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 down. But in reality, it's just going away. So if we compare that to some streetlights, we know these streetlights aren't getting lower to the ground. This is a straight, flat road, and it's just going away. This is perspective. This is perspective. It goes down and away, right? So you could agree. But if you look down here, like if we turned off all of these lights, would that light light up the street? No, it's not as bright as the sun. I get you. But what about another streetlight that's a mile farther? Could you even see it? Or would it merge with the horizon and you wouldn't be able to see it at all? All right.
It might even go over the horizon.
Well, you would think that, but you're another mile. That's 8 inches. Okay, 8 inches of curvature. I think that pole is a little bit taller than 8 inches. So you have to pre-assume a globe. So here we go. This is an experiment I did. So here's my countertop. We'll call that the flat Earth. This line is the line of the sun, and it's level. You can see that it's level. I'm walking the sun across it. We're viewing it from
What is this light source? How like you have the most dimmed light here to try to produce the same effect as what the sun can do?
Do you know that what I'm trying to produce here? Do you know what I'm actually trying to demonstrate?
If it has something to do with the sun, honestly I don't.
We're talking about perspective. Okay.
Okay.
All right. If I made the light brighter so you couldn't see anything else, it was blinding the camera, it would still get the same result.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm moving this light across. We're looking at it from a celestial point of view. And could you agree that line is level? It's level. I proved it in the video. It's level. All right.
Okay,
You're going to have to trust me. So I got another camera on the counter on the far end looking up at that same thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let's look at it from a terrestrial point of view. And if I showed you this first and I said, is this line level? You would say no. Right. And then if you notice back here, the sun didn't go below this. Now, this could be a city skyline, mountains. It could just be the cloud deck. I call the atmospheric deck of opacity. I didn't go below it. I'm above it. All right.
Yeah.
So let's go forward. And I show you from the other point of view. And if I showed you this point of view first, I'd say, is this line level? You're like, no. And I'm like, is this sun going below this opaque barrier, whatever it is? And you'd be like, yes, it is. Right. And if I said, no, that line's level, you'd be like, no, I don't believe it's level. Right. And if I zoom in on it more, look at this level. It's almost look like it's going straight down. This is a level line. This horizon appears to be at my eye level, but it's not. It's way above it. Hold on. So here it is going away. Here's the real sun going away. And what's the sun doing? It's going beyond the atmospheric deck of opacity.
Sure.
It's going beyond where its light can get to us. It's taking its light with us. Okay. So here's another thing. I'm going to show you another thing, and you're going to have to
can we talk about this model before we move on?
Absolutely.
Because so this is saying that the sun is moving on a straight line trajectory past the Earth, correct?
No,
and
curved line. But go ahead.
You said that this was level, right? You said your line was level, and you put
the line is level, right? But if you extended that line, if you made that line a 24,000 mile an hour circle, or even if I made that line just 1 mile circle to put it in scale, if that was the proper scale, it would look kind of straight. But if you watch the sun rise, especially in the summer here in the north, you watch it rise and it kind of loops around. It doesn't go across the sky. It loops. It makes a huge curving circle.
Yeah, well, the sun doesn't move anywhere. I mean,
yes, it does. The sun moves. The Earth does not move. Every test to prove axial rotation, any movement of the Earth has proven the opposite. None. So you were told that the Earth moves.
So you're telling me now that the sun goes across the Earth's top of its surface only at a straight line, and that is why we perceive it to be curved or a horizon.
I didn't say a straight line. I said a circle. It circles around just like the I was showing you on the app.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just going by your model, which is and you said level piece of rope, and you pointed out.
Well, I'm showing you that it's level. I'm showing you that it's level.
But its level would make me think that the sun is traveling down a straight line, which is
why level? Why can't I have it? If I was holding a hula hoop around my head, could it be level?
No.
The sun follows that line on the hula hoop. I'm holding the hula hoop level, and the sun follows that curve, a level curve.
So, and the sun is always on top of the Earth, right? It doesn't go
absolutely. So I'm going to show you how it takes its light with you. Let me show you. Okay. So I'm showing you right here that the sun is going beyond this atmospheric deck of opacity. Okay, and it's taking its light with it. Now, if the Earth was, if you're on the Earth. And you're watching the sunset, peaceful sunset over calm water, you think you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound, which is making the sun look like it's going down. You actually believe that you're falling over backwards. So if you were falling over backwards, right, you got your sun here, right? As the sun goes down to you, a shadow from the Earth would rip from the ground straight up, right? This is what you would say. Hold on. This is where does it go? Get rid of that. Hold on. So this is what you would say. So if this is you or a building and the sun's over there, you would see this shadow from the Earth go up. You would see as you go away, you would see a shadow rise up as you fall over backwards. That's what you would see. There's no argument. That's what you would see.
Fall over backwards. Why?
Because if you believe, so here's what I believe.
Yeah.
We have our flat Earth, and our sun is doing this.
Sure.
And I'm not moving. Here's what you believe. The sun isn't moving, and you're falling over backwards
Well,
to
the
make the
Earth
sun
is-
appear to go down.
I'm not falling over. The bottom.
The Earth is spinning backwards away from
bottom-
the sun at 1,000 miles an hour.
But the bottom never gets behind me. I'm never falling anywhere. The bottom.
No,
is
you're
below
always
me.
on. You're always on the top of your Earth, but your Earth is falling over backwards,
It's
making the
spinning.
sun appear to go. Yeah, it's spinning over backwards, making the sun appear to go down.
It's not really spinning over backwards. There's no backwards here. It's just spinning.
It's spinning away from the sunset.
Sure, it spins away from the sun. Yeah, as
It spins away from the sun. So
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out your beliefs. You have a blind belief that no evidence has ever shown, all common sense, all things in nature disprove, but you believe that you're falling over backwards. So hold
no,
on.
I don't believe that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You
I'm
do.
not
So
falling anywhere. The planet is rotating.
so I'll change my words. The
Thank
Earth is rotating backwards away from the sun.
Mhm.
Okay. So if that was the case, we would see that line of shadows rip up from the horizon and rip up to the top of these buildings. But when we watch, no matter where we watch it on a mountain or anything, it doesn't happen. The sun sets and everything just kind of fades away. You
Well, no.
never see
Right there,
this
you
shadow.
Well, actually, if you look at it right there, you can see there's light on these buildings. There's
No.
not light on the street.
Correct. So that's because those buildings are higher and they can still see the sun. I'm going to
Over-
show you
over
that.
the horizon. Yeah.
No, you can't see the sun. If the sun was over the horizon, that shadow would shoot up. A shadow would rip up across the buildings and the sky.
I live in Boulder, Colorado. Every day I
Yes.
wake up, I look at the mountains. These mountains are 14,000 feet above sea level. right?
Absolutely.
I live in a place that's right below the mountains, so it is dark at my house at
Yes.
6:30 a.m. The top of the mountains are bathing in sunlight. They are
Yes.
illuminated in sunlight.
Yes.
That
100%.
can only happen if
No.
rotation exists.
How about, why don't you phrase it this way? Can you explain to me how that can happen on a flat Earth rather than come to your foregone conclusion that it can only happen on a globe Earth?
I can do that the same way you can say that it can happen on a round Earth, on a spherical Earth. Can you say that?
You just said it can only happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, on a globe Earth.
Can I say that on a flat plane, can light illuminate some things and not other things? Not unless it's a three-dimensional object. Something has to block that light. Something has to-
Absolutely.
Right.
So when I say flat Earth, we have mountains and valleys and buildings and cloud decks. So it's a
you're-
topographical level plane.
You're saying something to the east of the Rockies is stopping the sun from hitting the base of the Rockies.
Yeah, I'm going to show you right now when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Michael's
in, welcome back.
I can't hear what he's saying. He's roboted.
You're chopped up.
Okay.
Oh, I am.
Yeah, I can't.
Hold on. You know what? Probably because I've got the other broadcast on the other.
You're
Is that any
better
better?
now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the model that you just showed us, the video with the sun on the rope on the level line, you said it's a level line, is going away from the Earth kind of infinitely.
No, it's
And
circling
then the
around
model-
the Earth. It's circling around the Earth, right?
But
It's
that's not what you're
circling-
showing us.
Right.
No, I'm showing you just a short little, like when we see the sunrise and we see the sunset, that's a very short distance for us.
Mhm.
And that's a whole nother thing. But if you look at the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app here, I'll
So
speed
wait-
it up. The sun just circles around. Wherever the
Go
sun
back to
is,
the
it's noon.
video that you just had on where the perspective was from the table versus the perspective from out in space.
Yeah. What
Because
about
that's a different model than what you're showing. In your model of flat Earth, the sun is going in a circular pattern. I understand maybe that's a level height over the flat Earth. That makes sense to me, but that's a circular pattern. That doesn't explain the sun going off on an infinite line like you were just showing in your video.
Well, as it moves away, it gets lower and lower in perspective, whether it's curving or going straight or going left. It doesn't matter. It's getting farther away, and when it gets farther away, it merges behind the atmospheric deck of opacity. I could show you that, but so let's go ahead.
Real quick though, same model. This thing right here. What is the science that holds the sun in its, I guess, pseudo orbit over the top of the Earth? Like what keeps the sun there?
So once upon a time, there was a big bang. Nothing exploded, became everything. All the rocks started sticking together and they created planets. And then all of the gases started sticking together and they created gigantic mammoth amounts of gas that collapsed in on each other, and they created nuclear furnaces, and somehow they left a vacuum, a void of no pressure in between the other stars and the other planets, and somehow the sun's gravity is holding on to all of these rocks in perfect order somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, so in your world, this made up in scientifically impossible burning gas ball in a void, you're asking me how the sun is held up above the flat earth. I don't think the sun is a physical object. I think it's right here within the earth. I think it's a focal point, and I could show you some things when we get to it that makes that helps me demonstrate that that's a possibility.
Okay.
A focal point.
So the sun is on Earth. Is that
the sun we see in the sky is pretty damn close. I mean,
it's not 93 million miles away.
Well, so let me 93 million miles. You want to talk about that? I mean, here is a video of a balloon at 120,000 feet. For some reason, whenever we send a balloon up to 120,000 feet, the sun is always looks kind of like it's at the same level. It looks like it's almost that height. What is this?
The balloon is inside the atmosphere. It's part of.
And I believe that the sun is inside our atmosphere too.
So the sun is closer than the moon.
I don't know how far either of them are. Some flat earthers will say 3,000 miles away. I think it's a lot closer.
So somebody could send up a balloon over on the other side of the flat earth and actually get to the sun.
No, because the sun that we see is in a position relative to our own position. We're losing our thread here on what we were talking about.
Mind illusion. It's the sun is a thought illusion.
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
I'm asking you.
I thought I've never even heard that as a concept.
But so what are you saying that this? You're saying the sun is
I'm saying this
relative to our position. That's not a physical. That doesn't work within physics and the properties of physics.
Absolutely, it does. If the sun is a reflection in the sky, then everyone sees it in a different position. I will show you that after we finish the we're talking about the
fair enough.
sun,
That's fair.
the sun's light. Okay, so now you made me lose my spot here. Here we go. So here is a video that I took. Okay, now the sun was up here. This is on here are the conditions. Super clear day, like 9/11 clear. Okay, no humidity and cold. It was below freezing. So I have a drone up pretty damn high, and I watched in 5 minutes time, the sun went down, down, down. Now, if the earth was spinning, the sun should just keep on going. Okay, but it didn't. That's not what happened. Let me show you what happened. Okay, the sun went down, 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 and then it stopped right here. It sat here for 10 minutes. Now, my friends were at the beach over here, and they said it's dark. The sun set 10 minutes ago. They saw it set from the bottom up, but I'm still looking at the sun. Okay, now the sun is traveling away very, very fast, and it stopped going down. It stopped going down, and then its light couldn't reach us anymore.
So
and the atmosphere, I'm saying that light is like sound. If you were a mile away, you couldn't hear me. Okay. Right. But light spreads out, getting thinner and thinner and weaker over distance. Here's it just going back and forth.
So you're just bringing height into the equation with the drone. So you were standing on the earth and your drone was up in the air taking that picture where you could still see the sun. Was it dark where you were taking the picture from, or did you still see the sun?
I was dark where I was.
And you still saw so you got your drone.
That's because I have trees. I have trees in front of me, and the people at the beach.
The shadow.
Well, that's right. Because due to perspective, you have to understand how perspective works. Okay.
Right.
So when something's going away, my friends at the beach, the shoreline was about 3 or 4 miles away from them, and the tops of the trees on that shoreline look like they're at eye level to them. That's how it appears, because everything just comes together. And so we really know that the tops of those tree lines are probably 150, 200 feet above their eye line. So as the sun just goes away, it just goes away, and it goes behind that tree line. It's not going down. It's just going away. So it's blocking their light. But then the light itself, even if there was no atmosphere, well, I can't say no atmosphere, no humidity, everything clear, and the earth was perfectly flat, the sun will just go away. Okay.
But you said it's traveling in a circle around this way.
It's a giant circle, 24,000 miles. If you were driving on a track 24,000 miles around, you wouldn't even notice that you were turning
Is
ever.
it a fixed height?
I believe during the specific date is, but I believe it changes its height
So
throughout the seasons.
That's not a fixed height then.
No, like from 24 hours, yeah, fixed height.
Okay, so in December it's X height, and August it's Y height.
Some people believe that the sun just changes its height, which causes the seasons. I think that the sun migrates in between the two tropics, which I showed earlier. And that's how we have our seasons. So, you believe that because of the tilt of the earth, just because we're tilted away, that causes winter because the light spreads out over a bigger area. Well, why in June here in the north at sunrise do I feel the heat of the sun on my face? Like at sunrise, that's the worst tilt we could possibly be at sunrise. But in December, when the sun is at noon, highest in the sky for that day, and it's 3.5 million miles closer in the heliocentric model, I can't feel the heat on my face here. Okay, that makes no sense. That debunks globe Earth claims on seasons, right? It's that simple. Here, picture this. You and I are sitting outside in a freezing cold field. It's covered in ice, snow and ice. And we're 20 feet apart from each other, okay? And it's freezing, right? We're both trying to drink our beers, but the beers are freezing. But then Matt comes along with a big heat lamp and holds it 15 feet above your head. And all of a sudden, the ice starts melting. Your beer melts. You can drink your beer. And I say, point to that sun. And you'd go, oh, it's right up there. That's your summer sun. Well, I'm looking at that sun. It's still 15 feet in the air, but I'm seeing it over there, much lower in my sky, lower, right? So now Matt walks over to me, keeping it at the exact same height. I'll watch that sun rise higher and higher and higher, and you'll watch it go lower and lower and lower. You'll get cold, I'll get warm. That's how seasons work.
Okay, that's a tough one.
I'm too simple for this. My meeting was actually 11:30, so I popped on because the horizontal line thing.
Yeah.
In one model, you say a line that's level should theoretically go off of the Earth if the Earth is curved, right? It should just go out into infinite,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
But then you just showed that model with the sun on the line, and it just confused me. But again, Dave, I definitely want to talk to you. Zach, I'll get his email from you.
Yep.
I want to talk about your soul. I want to talk outside. I want you to stop talking about flat Earth for a little bit on my show, and we'll talk about other stuff. So if you're interested,
let me show you.
Zach, thanks.
Have a good day, Mr. Zen. Good seeing you again.
I appreciate it. I'll
right.
be watching.
So
Thanks,
let's look at this. Do you guys believe in the Pythagorean theorem?
Oh yeah.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right?
Oh yeah. Every time.
So I'm going to explain it to you because you've forgotten what it is. It's the simplest thing.
Oh, did I?
If you get any triangle that is a right triangle, this is easy stuff. But here's the thing: we weren't taught to think in school, but they did teach us about this. A squared, which is you square the distance of here, plus B squared, the distance of here, will equal C squared. So if you have a right angle and you know the two of the lengths, you can figure out the hypotenuse.
Right.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Okay, so now let's look at a globe. So level is horizontal with down. Would you agree with that?
Level is horizontal with down.
So if I hold a plumb bob, it's pointing down, correct?
Yes.
And a level plane would be horizontal with that.
That would make sense. Yeah, perpendicular, sure.
Level is horizontal. Please remember that. So here I am standing here. I'm looking out. I'm shooting an arrow, and it's going to go straight out. So here's my horizontal line. But I'm so small, I can't even see that far. It's like I can't even see 3 miles away because the horizon drops away 6 feet at 3 miles. Okay. So let's put the Pythagorean theorem to work. So we know A squared plus B squared equals C squared, right? So the drop would be from here to here, whatever the difference is there to there. So we know that the radius of the Earth, that's a line from the center to the top, the made up radius, because it's made up, but science tells us the radius is 3,963 miles thereabout. Okay. So we got that. Let's just say we went 100 miles out. Again, this is not to scale, but it doesn't matter. It's the same thing. So radius distance equals 100 miles. Okay. And if we square them, it's 15,705 plus 10,000. 100 squared is 10,000. And that gives us the hypotenuse here of 15,715. And if we take the square root of the hypotenuse, that's 3,964.2 miles. Okay. We take the difference, and that distance, the difference is 1.2615 miles. So this drop at 100 miles is 1.2 plus miles, right? 1.2 plus miles, right? That equals 6,660 feet. Okay. How is it possible that a submarine on the bottom of the ocean can see another submarine on the bottom of the ocean 100 miles away when there'd be 6,660 feet of curvature?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't understand why we even started with triangles in this one, but yeah, I think you got me on that one. Yeah.
So this proves that we have the curvature calculator right. People say, well, 8 inches per mile squared, that's a parabola. It's actually perfect, because as we go out farther and farther here, that drop becomes infinitely straight down. Okay. So it doesn't matter. 100 miles, that we only need 10 miles to prove the earth is not curved. We can see a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of calm water should be able to see, shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water past 3 miles, because there's a drop. Okay. It drops 6 feet, but we can see things much farther, right? We can see things way, way, way much farther. So, so just a quick example here. We know the exact distance to this oil rig, 9.4 miles. The camera's 1 foot off the water, which the video on this shows you. And there should be 59 feet of curvature according to the Pythagorean theorem, according to 8 inches per mile squared, according to all of the other curvature calculators. They all say the same thing, 59 feet of curvature. We can see the water, surface of the water, for dozens of miles beyond there. That doesn't mean the earth is flat. It means the earth is 1,000 times bigger than they tell us, or it's flat.
It is a visual mirage. I mean, when things get further away, because
not a mirage. I'm showing you. Yeah. So let's talk about mirages. So here, that mirage and gravity and refraction are what everyone says. So here's a viewing spot in Aluja, France. Out here is Mount Canigou, 175 miles away. Well, you can't see it because it's too far away. At the top of Mount Canigou, according to all curve calculators, should be over half a mile below the surface of the earth. Okay, great. Right? So you don't see me right now. You see the light that's bouncing off of me, because if I turned off all the lights in this room, you wouldn't see me. We can agree with that. We can also agree with the light that's shining on me. That light source itself is brighter than the light you see bouncing off of me. We can agree with that. Okay. So the light bouncing off of Mount Canigou isn't strong enough to push 175 miles through the soup of the atmosphere. However, the sun is much brighter. Twice a year, when the sun is migrating between the tropics, twice a year, it lines up with Mount Canigou and this viewing spot in Aluja, France. And when it does, it backlights the mountain. And here's the top of the mountain that should be a half a mile or more below the curvature. I'm rounding down in the globe favor. Okay. It's not a mirage. It's blocking the sun. Here's the globe answer. This is the answer that the globe cult clowns stick to. Mm-hmm. The mountain is way below the curve, the physical curve, and the sun is already set, but it's refracting up and magically stopping at eye level. All the places in between are also magically stopping at eye level. Okay. That is a, if you believe that, you may be a heliocentric cult clown. Okay. So look, so here, this is showing you physical proof that you can go do yourself.
Well, I mean, if
we don't live on a ball.
In all fairness, if you show me a picture and tell me it's proof, wouldn't you just see a picture of the earth and say that's proof? I mean,
what I'm telling you is I'm saying this is a video, and I'm saying don't even believe the video. Go do it yourself. Okay? Go do it yourself. Go do it yourself. That's what I did when I was trying to debunk flat earth. I saw all these pictures of boats over the horizon, right? And I was like, wait a minute. And I went out, spent $1,000 on a camera and a tripod, and I'm zooming in on things. I'm like, that should be way below the curve. And then I was like, wait, maybe the curve calculator is wrong. And I went to the MetaBunk debunking site, and they're like, oh, it's not 66 feet of curvature at 10 miles. It's half of that, because you have to share the curve, which is ridiculous. But I'll give it to you, 33 feet. How can I see a buoy that's 10 feet tall that should be behind 33 feet of curvature or 66 feet. Okay. Let me just show you. And when you watch a boat there, and boats disappear from the bottom up. I heard you guys mention that earlier. I'm going to get into it right here. You don't see a boat, but we're zooming in. So we're increasing the angular size. And as we increase the angular size, all of a sudden we can see, look, there's a boat right there. Look, there's a boat. Okay. And these little waves here are going to block the boat. So the little waves in the foreground, as that boat goes away, it's getting smaller and smaller. But these little waves here in the foreground are going to block it. These little waves here, like my finger, are going to block that boat. You look out there and you go, oh, that boat's over the curve. No, it's not. I just zoomed in on it, showing you that it's not.
Yeah.
It's too small to see. And then the waves. Now, can my finger hide my entire face? If my face was a boat building a mountain? No. But if my finger was in the foreground of your view, that's how it works. It's very, very simple. Well, it's not simple, because that's one way it works. All right. There's also miraging, like the reflecting of the water. We see all different things, right? So this right here is what I call the wave front edge. The back of this boat, it looks like it's underwater. If I zoom out on this, all of this water behind the boat disappears, and we can only see the boat from above this yellow line. And from that point of view, it looks like the boat is over a curve, because that's what we were trained to think. But it's all optics. It's all optics.
I mean, sure. I can definitely see that perspective can change a lot of the visuals of what you're trying to see here. But one of my questions to you is, like, is there actual proof that you could see that would make you go, oh shit, I was wrong?
Yeah.
Actually, what would you need to see?
Well, I mean, you're making up something like show me the physical curve. You know what the Globers say now? Well, even though, right? We got this, and it goes away. It disappears below the horizon. You zoom in, you can't see it. That's a physical curve right there. Well, our horizon is not physical. It's not physical. It's optical, and it changes every day. So show me the physical curve. Show me that there's a physical curve at 3 miles of just 6 feet. You can't.
Well,
right?
I mean, you can. You just don't want to believe it, I think.
Wait a minute. So here's the thing. If the ball if the Earth is a globe, the size that they tell us, it is required at 3 miles, there's a curve of 6 feet. At 10 miles, there's a curve of 66 feet. That is required. Now, there may be days where the visibility isn't good, and at 10 miles, you can only see 3 miles, right? Because of visibility. But if the visibility became super clear and you had the Hubble fucking telescope, right? You should not be able to see beyond the physical curve. But we can. We can see hundreds of miles now. And with infrared technology, we can see really far, like crazy distances, which 100% prove that we're not on a ball 24,900 miles around.
So the reason that people want us to think that this is a ball is
Why the lie?
What's that?
Why the lie? Let's go.
Yeah, why the lie? Sure. Why is there so many people spending trillions of dollars, wasting everyone's time with just telling us that what we're standing on is a different shape? Who really cares?
You know what? I had the same question. Like, what difference does it make? I still have to go to work. Okay. So as I said earlier, this is all about control. Do you think that governments are trying to control the population? Just curious where you stand on that.
Do I think the government, the government of the world?
No, like the United States government, all the people, all the stuff that's going on in the world. Do you think it's about controlling humans?
I think that the government has many motives for the crazy stuff that they do. Some of it is control, sure.
Do you think they're hiding technology from us?
Yeah, sure.
Have you looked into the lie of history where people in the 1800s were far more advanced than we are now? Okay, so what if there was technology where something the size of a roll of quarters could heat your house and air condition your house all year long, and you never have to pay for it to work for 100 years or more? Okay,
like the Tesla model?
No, not just something beyond that. Something where so in the winter you can make your house a sauna, and in the summer you can make it 50 degrees Fahrenheit, and you don't care because it doesn't matter.
Sure.
Right? Because you're not wasting energy. And then what if you had another device that could power your electric car, and you'd never need to refuel it because it's pulling energy out of the ether? Okay. And well, Dave believes in free energy. I actually have a device that takes 100 watts and turns it into thousands of watts. Okay. So so if you had this, how much more free time would you have? Right? How much less would you have to work a slave job? Right? And then the other thing is, you work and you're allowing these governments to have control over you when they have none. It's all in your imagination. You've been brainwashed into believing, hey, I got to work and give half my money back to them, and then I got to obey these laws, and I'm not allowed to go explore. We want the right. We want our God-given permission to travel and explore this world, but we're cut off. Where Antarctica has cut us off. We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Okay. Okay. Well, when you laugh at that, you say,
I'm not laughing at it. I just kind of I guess it was a chortle, if anything, and it's because you tend to like take a question and then just wrap it around into something that you want to talk about. And
I'm wrapping it. No, I'm telling you. It's about control. It's about keeping us as slaves. It's about not letting us have freedom. What if, these are all of the islands that have crown-run military bases that don't allow you to explore Antarctica? What if you found out that there was more continents out there? What if you found out that there was freedom out there? What if you found out the world was set up like this? We live here, and then there's more land out here, extra land, extra territory. Extraterrestrials, maybe, in the outer space. What if that was right here and you could go there and you could live there, not under tyranny? There's a book called The Iron Republic about of civilization in the 1600s that didn't like the tyranny that was going on here, and they picked up and left, and now there's an advanced civilization living out here. Okay. And an explorer, actually a politician in the late 1800s, who was disgusted with what was going on here, he left also, ended up finding the Iron Republic and lived there for years, and then came back and told the story of it. Whether it's true or not, it rings true to me. It seemed like he had a lot of proof of it, and the stories that he told, back in 1901 when he wrote it, flat screen TVs, floating cars, a whole different money system, just a whole different society. It's amazing. They're talking about more land beyond Antarctica. Hey, freedom, more resources. If you live on a ball, I'm going to answer your question, and then you can clear up anything that I didn't cover. The ball is scarcity. The ball is a matrix for your mind. The ball says we're running out of food, we're running out of water, we're overpopulated, global warming, viruses, all this stuff is going on, nuclear bombs, right? But Flat Earth teaches you that none of that is real. There's infinite water, there's infinite food, there's infinite space. We're not overpopulated. Nukes are not real. Okay. Once you start seeing that, you lose the fear. You stop watching the news, which steers your mind north, east, west, south. Mm-hmm. Okay. And you start living your fullest life. I worked in corporate. I went to college, worked in corporate America, left corporate America, started my own company, super successful, making tons of money. I walked away from it all to do this, to talk to people like you, to help people unplug from the matrix.
Sure.
And when you unplug from the matrix, then you start living your full life, and you start seeing who you are. You start seeing where you are. You start really using this training school, I'll call it, for what we're meant to do here, why we're meant to be here. And if you look at flat earthers, right? People say, "Oh, flat Earth is dying." No, flat Earth is dying on Google, right? But if you look at the flat earthers that are growing every day, it's insane how many there are, and it's growing faster and faster. And here's the funny thing: once you realize the Earth is flat, you don't switch back. These are just the people near me. Okay, these are just the people near me that have my app. There's many that don't have my app, right? And if we look at a worldview, right? Here's the UK right here, right?
A lot of Pokemon.
Well, this is not Pokemon. These are real people that know the Earth is flat. So why aren't these people getting debunked? Why isn't Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out and saying, here's proof of the globe and shut this thing down? It's because they can't. They can't talk to us.
Can you zoom out on that?
Yeah.
Can you go to the left? Keep going.
You want to go right there, right?
No, keep going to the left. Keep going.
Yeah, it loops around.
I just want to see something. Yeah. So
it loops around. I'm using their map. You know why?
Why wouldn't you even have a flat Earth for your own app? Like that,
I'll tell you why.
Rounded system on there.
I'll tell you why. Because Google is kind enough to be able to use their they're two vector coordinate system, latitude and longitude. Why do you have a 2-vector coordinate system on a 3-dimensional model? Right? They've made it so I actually can do this. I can convert this to a flat Earth map.
You don't need a third dimension because no one's inside of the Earth. We're all on the surface.
So
of the Earth.
somebody at the North Pole and somebody in Ecuador. Show me how you get there in 2 dimensions.
I don't understand.
Someone is at the North Pole and somebody's in Ecuador. Draw a 2-dimensional graph that will get me there. You can't. That wraps around the ball.
Earth. Yeah, the globe. Yeah,
it wraps around. So why do you have a 2-dimensional coordinate system? Why don't you have an X, Y, and Z axis?
Because
you could say somebody from Ecuador is X distance this way and Z distance this way and Y distance that way. That's what you would need. But they have a flat coordinate system. Because
everyone is on top of the Earth. Okay.
Getting back to your question, it's because Google offers this service and they don't have a flat Earth one. For me to do a flat Earth one, it would cost me millions of dollars. That's why.
Okay, but why the Earth being a globe and not I guess a rectangle or whatever it is, or just a disc? Why does that stop the government? Like, why is that the thing that says if they knew that it was flat, they know energy would be free? What does that matter?
Because if you're on a spinning ball flying through an infinite universe, you're worthless. You're nothing. You're a speck of nothingness. It helps you. It helps lead you to nihilism. It helps you. It makes you feel powerless. It makes you like, oh my God, an asteroid's going to hit us one day. Thank God NASA sent up a ship that crashed into an asteroid. If you watch that and believe it's true, I can't help you.
So asteroids cannot hit a flat Earth?
There are no asteroids.
There's no asteroids?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, yeah. So again, if you try to Google this stuff, you won't find it. In my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, if you hit the frequently asked questions button and let it load, because I just loaded the app here, and you go to meteors and asteroids, here's a bunch of videos that'll show you how these are not impact craters. They're geysers and they're methane bubbles that come up from within the Earth. They're not
What about like Halley's Comet? That's not a thing either?
That's a light in the sky that shows up every 76 years. But if you think about it, well, I was here when it came by last time. It was just like boring. It was nothing, right? We're corkscrewing through space, 76 years times 4.4 billion miles. How does it find us?
But I don't understand how. Okay, so let's say that we are for the sake of argument, we're on a globe, and this globe is spinning. Now that for some reason makes people think that's terrifying, right? But the idea that we're on top of a rock while this lava ball circles us, that's less terrifying?
We're not on top of a rock with a lava ball circling us. That's a false belief. We are on a stationary, non-moving plane. Every scientific fact tells us that, and biblically it tells us that too. If you want to follow the Bible, every religion in the past has shown a flat stationary Earth, and it's only the religion of NASA that has created this heliocentric ball. And then the sun is not a lava ball. It's literally a point of energy. It's like when you take a magnifying glass and you're burning those ants as a kid, that little light, that's the sun. And if you move the magnifying glass 6 inches up in the air, that point of light is still there. It's in the air. Well, the point of light, the sun, is being projected into our Earth, into our dome of vision. I could show you an example of how that works. I just made a little model, not claiming this is the way it is, but it's very interesting, and it'll show you what I mean. So here I am. I got a sheet hanging up in my room. On the other side, I got a flashlight, which has a square lens, by the way, but it looks round for some reason, right? And so my girlfriend Paige is to the left, and I said, "Hey, where do you see the sun?" And she goes, "Well, I see it right there." And not like, I'm over here. Let me go from her point of view. She sees the sun right there. So if I drew a quick circle on there with a Sharpie, I go over here. I see the sun right there. We're seeing the same thing in 2 different positions. How could we possibly triangulate it? We know the distance between us, but we're triangulating something that we see in 2 different positions. That's how I believe the sun works. Okay. Let me show you a real world. I can show you a real world example, which we'll get to. You guys mentioned eclipses earlier, and eclipses prove the Earth is flat for sure. So here is all right. So here is an eclipse. Here is a eclipse that I filmed. I stared at without glasses for the entire hour and a half. Okay. And here is an eclipse that I am creating. Now, on a solar eclipse, they tell us that it's the moon that is eclipsing the sun, but nobody has ever seen the moon approach the sun. No one's ever seen the moon approaching, and then eclipsing, and then exiting. No one has ever seen the moon. And they go, well, that's because the sun's so bright, you can't see the moon next to it. But when it's perfectly eclipsing the moon, you should be able to see it because the earth shine, which is greater than the moonshine, should light up the moon. No one's ever seen it. They never showed us a picture of it from space, from an infrared telescope, nothing. No one's ever seen it.
But and Dave, come on, you got to admit that doesn't make any sense. That'd be the same thing as you putting a flashlight in front of your face and then putting like the tip of a pin, like the tip of a pin, and be like, why can't you see the tip of that pin?
No. The moon,
the sun is bright.
You're wrong. The moon eclipses the sun. A full eclipse is the moon eclipsing the sun. So it's blocking the sun. It blocks the sun. Here's the eclipse right here.
But okay, so in your world, the sun is in our atmosphere. What is an eclipse in your world?
I'm gonna get to that.
Okay,
but I'm showing you in your world.
Well, you brought the eclipse up. And
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how yours doesn't work.
Okay, show me how yours does work.
I'm showing you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to show you. So, but you have to admit that when the sun is blocked by the moon, you should be able to see the moon.
So what you're saying is if you had a flashlight behind that ball, you would see no light whatsoever. You might block out the part that has the most light from my vision, but you're not blocking the light itself, right? Like if I'm in a room, a dark room, and I put a flashlight on and I put a ball in front of that flashlight, are you telling me there's no light inside of that room?
No, the room, you got to remember the sun, you're on the day side of the earth, right? So at nighttime, when there's a full moon, it casts a shadow of you on the ground. You can read by it. That's called moonshine. Okay. The earth is
reflection,
it's light reflecting off the moon in your world. Okay. It doesn't work. Well, it is moonlight, but not in your world.
It's not moonlight. The moon has no light. The moon is a rock.
In your world, the moon doesn't have any light. But
what light source comes from the moon in your world?
The moon itself is a light.
From what? Like what makes the light?
Okay, so hang on. You're all over the place. You're not letting me get any
You're
points
all
across.
over the place. Every time you bring up something, I ask you about what you're talking about, and then you move to something else. I'm just trying to understand what these models that you're showing me are.
Okay. What would you like to hear? Which answer would you like?
When you held up a ball and you put the other ball in front of it and you said, now you can't see that ball. The first ball does not have light. I would still see light around that ball. True or false?
Yeah, you see the corona? Sure.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. It's because the sun is very bright, which is why you can't see the moon in front of it. The moon is so close to us versus how far the sun is and how bright the sun is. That's why you can't see the moon, but it also blocks out the part of the moon that you're physically standing on Earth. No?
I don't see it that way. No.
Okay,
because we have these telescopes that can see trillions and trillions and trillions of miles and light years and see these tiny little objects. We don't have a telescope on Earth that could zoom in on the moon. We can take a ring. We can make a false eclipse where the telescope has a disc in it that blocks out the sun, and that's how they see the corona. Well, we block out the corona during a total eclipse from the outside, then we should see the moon.
But we don't. Aren't you saying that there actually is no corona of the sun because it is just a magnification of a light from somewhere else?
When I say the corona of the sun, I mean the outer edge of the circle that we see.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm trying to find that. I lost my video that I was showing you.
Real quick, while you're looking for that, when you look up and you see the moon, when you walk outside at nighttime, when it's dark because the sun's somewhere else, and you look at the moon, what do you see?
I see the moon just like you see it.
But I see a rock that is spherical in shape.
You see a rock because that's what you were told.
Well,
right?
Then we don't see the same thing. I'm asking what you see.
So let me ask you a question here.
Well, sure.
This is the same thing. I'm gonna answer your question. So when you look at these moons, you don't know how big they are or how far they are. You're told they're 238,000 miles away. This is a model.
I'm currently told they're moons too, so I can't know what I'm believing.
Okay, let's pretend this is the moon.
Sure.
What shape are they?
Spherical.
Okay. Is the first one spherical? This one right here?
I mean, I'm assuming by the fact that there's like shadow and shade on them that they have a spherical feel. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one is a half a sphere. How about this one? Is this one a sphere?
Half a sphere is a sphere. Just
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. How about
Mhm.
this one? Is this one a sphere?
Unless it's painted to look like a sphere, it definitely has light and texture on it that would make me think it's spherical.
Okay, it's not. It's flat.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
And
but
how about this one?
But
Is
that's also
this-
because
well,
you painted this to look
absolutely,
flat.
absolutely.
Sure. Who paints the
Absolutely.
moon to look flat?
Is this? I don't know. Maybe the creator. How about this one? Is this a sphere?
No,
What is it?
I don't know. Play-Doh, flat.
No, it's a
The cup?
bowl. Okay, so what I'm showing you is that
You're showing me
you
perspective
don't
of
know
a
the shape
two-dimensional
and
video.
you don't know the shape and size of something unless you can touch it and measure it.
But
okay,
you are blatantly trying to like fool and con people by the way that you're manipulating these colors to provide a third dimension to them.
So again, you're looking up at the lights in the sky, which you don't understand, and telling me that they're rocks and they're spheres when you don't know.
I never said the moon was a light in the sky. I said
Well,
the moon
you're
is a
like,
rock.
no, wait, hold on. The moon is a light
Nope.
in the sky.
No, it's not.
It's not. So how do you
No.
see it if it doesn't have any light?
Because the reflection of the sun hits it, and the sun is so bright that you get a reflection.
you see the light of the moon in the sky.
I see the reflection of the sun on
So
the moon in
is
the
it
sky.
dark or is it light?
Is what darker light?
The moon that you see.
If it's lit up by the sun, it's probably lit.
So it's a light in the sky. I'm not saying it's
It is-
physically a
it
light.
is
It's a
illuminated.
light. It's a
Listen,
luminary. How about a
if I-
luminary? We'll
listen,
call
if
it a luminary. A luminary.
If I take my flashlight in my backyard at nighttime and I look at the grass, my grass is not illuminating. My grass has been illuminated by a
Illuminated.
light.
So we'll call it a luminary. It's a luminary.
I won't call it that. I'll say it's illuminated.
Okay, illuminated
Sure.
spot in the sky.
It is an illuminated rock in the sky.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know. Again, do you know what the inverse square law of light is?
The inverse square law of light. No.
Every time you double the distance of a light, it needs to be 4 times brighter. Or every time you half the distance to a light, it's 4 times brighter. Every time you double the distance, extending it, it's 1/4 of the brightness. I said it wrong first. So if we went halfway to the moon would appear 4 times brighter than we see it from Earth. This is science, not me saying it. Okay. And then if we went halfway again of that remaining distance, it would be 16 times brighter than we see it from Earth.
If
And we went-
the light was coming from the moon, yes.
No,
all that's
it doesn't
factual.
matter. Any light, whether it's a reflected light, whether it's its own light, anything that you can see gets brighter and brighter as you get closer to it. Any light source, and that light source is the reflection off the moon in your world. Okay. So by the time you got to 100 miles from the moon, the moon would be like, I think the number is so ridiculous. It's like 60 times brighter than the sun. And we can't even imagine the sun twice as bright. Right. For us to see it at the brightness that we see it here from Earth, according to science, it would have to be 60 times brighter than the sun.
So what you're saying is the light that is hitting off of the moon is brighter than the light of the sun itself.
That's what it would have to be for us to see it the way we see it. Okay, so here let's look at another thing.
Sure.
I'll help you. All right.
Okay.
So if the sun was the size of a yoga ball, right? Yoga ball, right?
Okay. Sure.
In a model, I'm making a model just so you can understand.
Okay.
The Earth would be a small marble next to it, right? Or BB. That's what they tell us, right?
That's what you're saying right now. Sure.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
you can't say something and just say right. I don't know. I don't know.
Your understanding of the heliocentric model is the sun bigger than the Earth?
Yes.
How much bigger?
Very big. A million.
It's like a million times. Like you can fit like a million
Earths.
Earths.
A million Earths could get inside the sun. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if at noon I moved the actual sun to a mile over your head, you're on it's directly above you. You would look up and you would see nothing but the entire sky filled with the sun. Can you agree with that?
We would be
forget burning up. Yes, of course you're going to burn up. Well, I'm just making a model. If that giant sun was a mile above your head, what would you see when you look up at the sky? You'd see nothing but the sun. Can you agree with that?
Yes, I agree.
So then we move it. How far away is it?
It's 93 million miles away.
We move it 93 miles away. And now when you look up, It's about the size of a nickel held at arm's length.
True, but you still can't even look directly at it because it's
Of
that
course,
friggin'
of
bright.
course. We're talking about size.
Sure,
I'm not
size.
talking about brightness.
Okay.
Okay. So if I doubled that distance, how much smaller would it get?
Probably twice as small.
Okay. So if I made it 8 times farther, it would be pretty damn small, right?
Yep, that's the way
Okay.
math works.
Okay. So 8 times farther, if you measure it in light distances, that's a light hour because the sun is 8 light minutes away, they tell us. So 8 times 8, 64, we'll round down. A light hour away, the sun would be arguably too small to see, but let's just make sure. Let's make it 24 times farther than a light hour. We'll make it a light day away. You can't see it. Would you agree with that?
Maybe.
Okay, but listen.
There would be light. There would be light. I would see light. I know that.
You would see a dot in the sky.
I'd probably see a tiny dot, but I would still see.
Okay,
light. Yeah.
So what if we made it 100 times farther than that? Could you see that dot still?
Maybe.
I'm sorry, I can't help you. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're throwing crazy hypotheticals. You're like, what if the sun?
Well,
was
no, I'm
800,000
gonna
times
take
further
it.
away? Like, that doesn't make.
I'm gonna take it into real world, something that you can compare it to. They tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon, but it's also 400 times farther. That's why they look like they're the same size. So let's take that. We got the sun at a light hour away, which is ridiculous. Let's call it a light day away, 24 times farther than the distance we can't already see it.
Well,
So at a light day away, it's so tiny we can't see it. They tell us Polaris, our North Star, is 48 times bigger than our sun.
Yeah, our sun is actually a medium-sized star. Polaris is a huge atom smash.
I know what the textbooks say. What the textbooks say.
Okay.
Okay. So
what don't they
follow me if you can.
I'm trying to.
At 40 at a light hour away, the sun is so small you can't see it. The Polaris is 48 times farther. So let's do the moon sun comparison. If we made Polaris 48 times farther than the sun, it would also be too small to see. 48 times farther, one light day, 48 days away, round up, 50 days away. At 50 days away, that's less than 2 months, light months. You couldn't see Polaris. Now let me ask you a question. How far is Polaris?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'll give you A, B, or C. Is it 2 light months away? Is it 3 light months away? Or is it 433 light years away?
Oh, it's light years away.
Okay, 433 light years away. How the hell can we see it with our naked eye? Okay, this is all just belief. You believe because you're not doing the math. You're not looking at the actual science. And we're not even using the inverse square law of light to figure out how much brighter it would have to be. It would have to be quadrillions, sextillions times brighter than our sun, which is just an impossibility.
Why? How big is Polaris?
48 times bigger than our sun. 46, to be honest.
Really? Okay.
That's what it tells. But guess what? How far is it?
How much brighter is it than the sun?
Well, for us to see it, it would have to.
But
I can't even do the math because the number doesn't make any sense. There's so many zeros, I don't even know the number.
Two different numbers that you're like, what if I had this flashlight and then this flashlight, and I move this flashlight one way farther away? Isn't that saying that it's far away? Sure. But that doesn't mean anything because you don't know how much brighter it is. You don't know how much hotter it is. You don't know how much more illumination it puts off than our sun, which is notably a medium-sized star. So, like, do you not see stars? Do you not look up and see stars at nighttime?
Yes, I see stars. So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So we're a medium star. Are there bigger stars than us?
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're not a star. We're a planet.
Well, no, our sun.
Yeah.
Bigger stars than our sun.
Well, yeah, it's a medium size. That would allude to the fact.
So you know the one I think Betelgeuse is like 1,000 times bigger than our sun, and then Antares is like 1,000,000 times bigger than Betelgeuse.
Sure.
Okay, and these numbers when they show these things in the textbooks which you're quoting. So let me ask a question. Why don't we see all different size stars in the sky? Why don't we see big stars and little stars? Or are the big ones farther away, the medium ones in the middle, and the small ones close? So they all look like they're the same size.
You're saying when you look up, everyone looks identical to you?
No, there's tiny little differences.
Are there differences? But what is a tiny difference when it's billions of light years away? What would a tiny difference be then?
So you're saying a light going into the distance, a star going into the distance, gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it's the size of a star, and then no matter how far away it goes, it doesn't change size. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, then how come we don't see different size stars?
You just said you saw different size stars.
No,
do you not see different size stars?
They're tiny, tiny, tiny differences. We should see stars as big as the moon. We should see stars bigger than that. We don't.
Why? We don't have stars in our solar system or anywhere close to us except for the sun.
So
and that's why we see
if we look at Polaris, which is 46 times bigger than our sun, 433 light years away.
Yep.
Well, I think it's Antares or whatever. I don't get the name of the star. The closest star is only 4.5 light years away. Okay. You compare the sizes to them. How come it doesn't look much bigger?
What is the size of that one? It's 4.5 miles away.
You know what? I actually have to look that up. I don't know off the top of my head. But if it was half
arguments that
but here's my point. If
it
it was 1/10 of the size, 100th of the size, it would still be way bigger from our point of view.
Why?
But it's not. I'm betting it's probably pretty close to that size. I got to look.
So what do you think it is then? What you look up?
These are lights in the sky. They're here within our system.
Yeah.
We've taken cameras.
What are they?
I don't know. We've taken cameras and sent them up on balloons on perfectly clear nights. All right. And before the balloon takes off, we could see tons of stars. We could see the Milky Way. We could see everything. And so these cameras are looking up. The balloon starts going up. What should happen as the balloon goes higher? We should see the stars. We should see the stars.
Why?
Clearer and clearer.
Why?
Because it's getting above. It's getting above the atmosphere.
Are you less than 1 million miles away from these stars? You're hundreds of feet closer.
All right. Listen.
Okay.
If you're looking at the stars from sea level near a city versus looking at them from the top of a mountain in the middle of the woods, where are you going to see? But you can see better stars in the woods, in the mountains?
Well, yeah.
Why?
Well,
2 reasons.
Well, light pollution, lack of atmosphere.
Good.
Yeah,
Very good. Very good. Exactly. So when this balloon is going up, it's going to get through all of any light pollution, but we had very little, and it's also going to get above the atmosphere, the thickest part of the atmosphere. So the stars should get brighter and brighter, but that's not what happened. As it went up higher and higher, all the stars disappeared. Okay.
Was it because it went into the sunlight?
There's no sunlight. We're in the middle of the night doing this.
So you're saying that the stars disappeared once you get above the atmosphere.
Yeah. What is this?
I have no idea.
It's a star. It's called the star Sirius.
How do I know that?
You go out, film it yourself.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor. What's this?
What's what?
What's this in my hand?
I don't know.
It's a star. If you looked at it yourself, you'd know. Just because you're showing me something, saying something, doesn't make it a fact. Like you can't throw something on there and then try to be condescending about the fact
what I'm telling you, this is the star Sirius. Go film it yourself. I'm going to show you some other stars.
Sure. How far away is that? How far away?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
Okay. How do you know that's the right star?
Because it's been filmed many times. Many people have filmed it, and I've filmed it. This is the star.
Because you found it in space. Like, you know where it was.
Yeah, well, it's the star that's always there, and it's the one that they call Sirius. This star is 211 trillion miles away. This is what NASA tells us it is, compared to the sun. But this is what we see when we look at it. This is a cartoon. This is a real video of what are we seeing? How am I able to zoom in on something and make it bigger if it's 211 trillion miles away? Do you know how far 1 trillion miles is? You can't even fathom it.
So you're saying that you're saying telescopes cannot see closer?
I'm telling you that I could barely zoom in on the buildings in New York City, which are 25 miles away from me over the water, and I could zoom in on the star and make it huge and make it clear. Okay. 25 trillion miles away. How long is just so you understand what a trillion is, how long is 1 trillion seconds? Do you have any guess?
It's pretty long.
You want to guess? Just take a guess.
About a year.
A year. Yeah, very close. 31,000 years. Okay. And this is 211 trillion miles away. And you believe I could zoom in on it like this? You can zoom in on it like this. Okay. So again, they're lying to us about all of this stuff.
What is a lie about this star? The fact that you can zoom in on something, you can make it bigger, and
you can see this with your naked eye. The distance of this star is trillions and trillions, hundreds of trillions of miles away. But there it is. You can see it with your naked eye. How is this light getting to us? How are all these colors getting to us? Right? How are we able to see it? No, how are we able to see this in such detail?
What detail? I just see flickering lights. That's not detail.
It's an energetic orb of light. And if you ask me what it is, I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
it's part of the Earth system.
I can't even say it's a star for sure. You're
right, but I'm telling you it is. Don't believe anything I tell you today. Go check this stuff out yourself.
Look, I know you can zoom in on stars. I know that for a fact. And I don't think we can zoom in on stars because we live on a flat Earth. I'm not okay.
What is your best proof we live on a globe?
Gravity.
Gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian?
Nighttime.
Nighttime.
Eclipses, yeah.
So everything I've showed you, how the sun goes away and takes its light with it,
and
those
models are crazy,
and how the horizon line doesn't shoot up the mountain and buildings.
Yep.
None of that matters to you.
Not at all. Because if I held up this piece of paper right here, let's say this is a piece of paper, right? And I held this up, and I don't have one on me, but let's say that I had a flashlight, right? And I'm going to use your model here. Right? This is the sun, right? This is our planet. Now, the sun is over here during what time? Sometime. But guess what? Over here, I can still see the light. And when the sun moves over here, I can still see light on the other side because this is a flat surface and there's nothing really stopping the light from going there. But for you to say that the sun just randomly travels around the sky and then
randomly travel, it's on a very specific path.
What is the path? Why does it have that path? What causes that path? We're scientists here, right? You're talking about trillions of miles away. You're talking about heat density. You're talking about all this stuff. What causes that?
I don't know. I'm not the creator. It's a whole magnetic electric system. I don't know. It's beyond my understanding. But your belief that we live in this beehive, heliocentric system, they can't even solve the 3-body problem. Do you know what the 3-body problem is?
I don't.
So gravity, and you believe in Newtonian gravity, says that the bigger objects hold on to smaller objects. How come we don't have hold on a second. How come when the moon comes around the Earth back towards the sun, how come the sun doesn't pull it away or speed it up? And when it goes away from the sun, how come it doesn't slow down? So let me show you the 3-body problem. The 3-body problem.
Earth's gravity.
Earth's gravity, but the sun's gravity can hold on to the Earth, but ignores the moon. The sun's gravity can hold on to Jupiter and Saturn and Mars and Venus, but it ignores their moons. It ignores
the sun doesn't pull the Earth into it.
Right, but why doesn't the sun holds the Earth? It also holds on to Pluto and holds on Saturn, but it ignores their moons. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's smaller. But the way gravity works, that's how gravity works. The objects that stay to the ones that are bigger to them, and they hold them in gravity.
So let me explain the 3-body problem. We have all of these planetary alignments and everything, and all of these gravitational forces should be pulling on each other. When we have an alignment, it should tug on the Earth or tug on the moon or something, and things should change all the time. So when you take 2 bodies or 3 bodies, they can't, the best supercomputer in the world can't figure out what's going to happen next because it goes into complete and total chaos mode, and it can only figure out what it's going to do in 3 bodies. Put 4 in there, forget it.
It seems to me that these 3 bodies have the same kind of mass, the same rough shape, and when they're
thank God, because if they were different, it would be far worse.
If one is larger and it keeps all the littler ones in shape, then the smaller ones around the littler ones will stay around that as well. That's how gravity works.
You are just making up nonsense right now. Absolute nonsense. This is the simplest problem.
That's not the
simplest way the 3-body problem could be demonstrated.
What are those 3 bodies?
I'm just saying they're 3 equal bodies.
They're 3 equal bodies.
And if I made them non-equal, it would be even more random.
You're saying the Earth is equal to the moon, which is
equal
to the sun.
No, I'm not. You're strawmanning me.
No, I'm not strong. You're using this model to prove why the moon, Earth, and sun aren't in disarray when you're using the same size things to pull with the same forces. Like, that's not how gravity works. The sun is larger. Earth is larger than the moon.
I'm sorry. You're not understanding. I can't help you.
What am I not understanding?
You're not understanding that if I made these 3 bodies, let alone the billions and trillions of bodies out there, if I made these different sizes, they couldn't even predict what it's going to do for a second into the future, let alone a couple seconds into the future. Right? These, if I added a 4th body in here, a smaller one, a bigger one, a 5th body, a 6th body, it's random chaos, and no computer can figure it out. But however, we've had the same exact stars orbiting. We can figure out where the sun and the moon are going to be. We know when the eclipses happen. In a random beehive system, why do the eclipses repeat every 18 years? Okay.
How long has a solar system existed?
Since creation.
Since creation. Very long time, right? Very long.
No, I don't think it's that long at all, actually.
6,000 years? How long?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm asking you, what do you think?
I think it's less than more. It's less than more. Listen, I'm not going to claim I know something when I don't know it. I think the Earth is very young.
You're claiming a lot of things here. And
I'm claiming science. The three-body problem shows you that you can't predict where things go.
This shows you what happens when three bodies of roughly the same size and forces get together immediately. If you let that thing run for 6,000 years, as long as you think the Earth is alive, or billions of years, as long as it's gone, like these things will fall into an orbit. They're going to fall into its own system. Okay, and it's going to start working itself out. Like now, no, because it's just crazy. That's why there's
so hang on a second. So sure. You are claiming that these will organize themselves after time.
Yes,
you're wrong.
Why?
Because it doesn't.
Why?
Because it's chaos. Because
what's saying
this is the three-body problem. All of science says that nobody.
Why do you listen to science when it comes to three-body problems?
Because nowhere ever can they does it ever. It just goes into randomness forever.
What are those balls made of? Do those balls
doesn't matter?
It does. Do they have a gravitational force? Is that what that force is?
Hey, Zach, you are grasping at straws. We're never going to come to agreement. And listen, you don't understand. You don't understand what's going on.
I understand things that people say to me when they're trying to tell me something. When they're trying to be deceitful, or they're trying to do some kind of word jumble, then it's hard for me to understand. You're not trying to be understood. You're trying to be like combative.
How so? How so am I trying not to be understood? I'm trying to explain things to you that you're unwilling to listen.
You've shown me so many models, and when I ask a question on any of those models, you move to the next. The one where you said the sun works on a flat plane, and that's why things. And I asked about that, and you're like, "Well, it's not actually flat. It would have been a curve." Okay, but that's not the models you're showing me. Then you show me no.
Well, hold on. Let me address. You're not understanding. The sun.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that. You have no
idea.
Because
when I tell you that, I'm telling you that the sun is circling around, and but it's level. If it's flat, it has to be straight. No, you can have a curve.
What keeps it there? What is the force that keeps the sun there?
What does it need a force for? It might not be a physical object.
Then why are we still then? Why is the Earth still?
Because it is still.
But that doesn't make sense when you're showing me things that.
So here's the thing: if something's not moving, how do you prove it's moving?
You look at things around it.
Wait. So if you're sitting in a car and there's cars whizzing by you, that means you're moving.
If the ground that I'm on is moving around me, then I'm probably moving. Yeah.
Okay, but so if you're standing on the ground and it's not moving around you, how do you prove that the ground is moving?
I'm not really sure about that one.
Yeah, because it's not moving, right? It's not moving. Here, just getting before we come to an end. You were talking about the Titanic and how the stars wouldn't be there, and James Cameron had to go back and look at Stellarium and whatnot. So this is the Georgia Guidestones. Are you familiar with them?
Nope.
Okay. So Georgia Guidestones was built in 1981, and it was a little Stonehenge type pyramid sculpture that had it was quite large. That had 10 commandments on it for the New World Order. But besides that, the center stone had this little hole. When you look through it, Polaris was there. It hasn't moved. Now, if the Earth was processing, now, again, I say we're corkscrewing through space. Polaris wouldn't last 1 minute through that hole. But they say, oh, it's so far away, and the precession of the Earth, it only moves a degree every 76 years. And that's the precession that you're talking about with James Cameron. So, whoops. Okay. So if we go with that it only precesses 1 degree every 76 years, well, a half a degree would be less than 40 years, and a half a degree in the sky would send Polaris far out of this hole. It wouldn't be there. Well, guess what? They were up for 40 years. 40 years, and the Polaris hadn't moved. But just when we hit this point where we're like, hey, this is rock solid proof, they had a little fake attack and they knocked it down. They knocked it down because this proves that we're not moving. On the Great Pyramids of Egypt, whenever you believe those were built, which is long time ago, it has a shaft looking at Polaris. And the argument from the heliocentric clown side is oh, it was pointing at Thuban 2,000 years ago, and we've processed, and we happen to live in the time now where it points at Polaris and it hasn't moved in all of our history, but it happens to be there now. And then it's going to eventually move out of there, and it's going to go to another star in another 2,000 years. That's ridiculous. We just happen to live in the time now where there's a star that lines up with our North Pole. And 2,000 years ago, it was different. And that's what everything was built on. I'm sorry, it's not true. It's not the way things work.
And that's fair. That's fair. Listen, I'm not angry at you. I would like to learn something. I would. And I came into this trying.
So let me give you the tool that you need. This is my app. It's $3. You don't need to put the subscription on it, which is $11 a year, but it's $3. Okay. And in it, it'll get you around Google. And here's what I tell people. I'm offering 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. All you do every day, there's a new video right here. Okay. You click this video, watch it, and that's it. Do that for 2 weeks. At the end of that 2 weeks, if you think that the earth is still a globe, send me the proof you win 3 Bitcoins. But before you do, you have to hit the frequently asked questions button. You hit that, and up comes all the questions you're going to ask. What about gravity? What about seasons? What about ships over the horizon? If I click that, up comes a playlist of videos that Google's hiding from you. Why are they hiding these from you? Why don't they want you to see these so you can go out and recreate them and do it yourself, right? It has tons of information on there, tons of other resources, books, it has all sorts of stuff. And it also has the friend finder on it, which will let you find other like-minded people around you. It's actually being used as a dating app now and as a job finding app because honestly, flat earthers want to hire other flat earthers.
Yeah. And I do think it's kind of interesting that you think that the government is hiding all this because they want to make money off of us.
No, they don't want to make money. I never said that. You said that. Money is how they control us. They have us using monopoly money. They have us using monopoly money. Okay. And they don't need money. They just type into a computer. They can have whatever they want. And us little slaves will make it for them and give it to them. And then they give us little worthless pieces of paper or even worse, some digital stuff into our bank account. None of it's real.
But they're doing this so that we don't get free energy, right? So that means they're trying to...
No, they're hiding. It's way beyond free energy. It's about control. It's about not letting you know that you are a powerful being here, that nobody has control over you, that you have free will, right? Nothing, you have complete free will. All the nonsense that's been going on in the last couple of years, it's all by choice. Everyone is accepting what they accept because that's their decision. Nobody has control over you other than in your imagination.
Now, what do you think would happen if a flat earther went into space?
What do you think would happen if a globe earther went into a cartoon? Because space is a cartoon. And going into space is impossible too. Nobody's been into space ever because space doesn't exist as explained.
What's above the atmosphere?
I don't know. I can't get up there, but I think there's some sort of physical containment.
If stars are millions of miles away,
they're not. They're not. That's in your world. Don't mix it into my world.
Well, you were telling me that. Like
I'm throwing the numbers out in your heliocentric made up model. Okay, I'm telling you that the stars are here. They're electrical phenomena within our system. How high up are they? I think they're a lot closer than other flat earthers think, but we think that the highest you can get is like 72 miles. Right. I think that the stars are closer.
The sun is in our atmosphere. Stars are in our atmosphere.
I'm making no solid claims other than it's all within the Earth. I'm telling you, it's all within the Earth system.
Sure. So inside the Earth system is the sun. And we know that the moon can be in front of the sun, which means the moon is closer to us than the sun. Is that right?
No, I'm not saying that. I don't think that the moon is closer than the sun. I think the moon's farther than the sun.
But when you showed us an eclipse, you showed me that the moon was in front of the sun.
You didn't let me show you the eclipse.
I did. I did. I watched
you changed the subject and you didn't let me show the video.
I changed the subject? I have never changed the subject. I have not once changed the subject. Every time you put something on screen, I only talk about that until I ask a question that you don't want to talk about, and then you move to a different model.
Right. So let's go back to it. Here's the sun. Here's the eclipse that I filmed.
Sure.
And here is the one that I created. Neither of them you can see the moon. Okay.
Right, because the moon is behind, right? Is that what you're saying?
In your world?
No, in your world. Where is the moon?
How about this? Don't interrupt me and let me explain it. Then you could ask a question if I don't answer what you're trying to ask me. Because I'm going to answer every single question you're about to ask. Okay. If you allow me to talk.
Sure.
Okay.
And because of your attitude, I'm definitely going to be quiet. So thank you very much for being condescending while trying to teach
I'm
somebody.
not being, I've been trying to explain this forever and you constantly keep interrupting me. That's all.
Nope.
Okay. So listen, sorry if I sound condescending, but I'm trying to make a point and I can't make it. This is the 5th time I've tried. Right. So in the heliocentric world, the moon goes in front of the sun. No one's ever seen it. So that's kind of a red flag. So we move a little forward and I'll show you. This is a real eclipse that was being filmed. It's about 85% eclipsed, but you can't see it because it's just so bright. It's blowing out the camera lens. But one thing we see is this, and we see this. These two. This is about how much the sun is eclipsed. Like, what are those? Well, this is clearly a lens flare because it's moving around as the camera moves. But this one is lockstep with the sun. So what is this? And I said, what if the source of the sun, the real sun, is beyond the firmament or within the firmament? Like within it, I mean above the layer that we're looking at. And we're looking at the projected sun. So let's just jump a little farther forward here. So here's my paper towel sky, and I'm creating an eclipse. And I'll show you how I did in a second. I have a rear projector. I have the source, which is here, and I'm eclipsing it with just this bottle cap. Okay. And it's creating, looks pretty much like an eclipse. But then I said, what if the sky is more transparent than this paper towel example? So I did it with tissue paper. So here we go with, here it goes with tissue paper. And look, here's the eclipse. Can't see the moon coming in. Here it is. Here's the source. Here's what we see. And then when we compare it to reality, what do we see? We see the same thing. This is reality. This is an actual eclipse. Here's what we see. Here's my reconstruction. Now, am I saying this is what's happening? I'm saying it could be. It could be, but your idea of a total eclipse where no one's ever seen the moon is impossible, because just like they can block out the sun and look at the corona of the sun, they could block out the corona during an eclipse and look at the moon. And no one's ever been able to do it. No camera, no infrared, no from anywhere has ever been able to do it. So what's going on? Well, the heliocentric model makes no sense. This makes sense.
Sure. And what is that? What is blocking the light from the sun?
A dark body. So all of the ancient religions, if you look, they talked about Rahu and Ketu and these dark bodies in the sky. And there was actually an eclipse that was filmed from an airplane. I thought I put it in here. Not a bunch of years ago, and all of the photographers on the airplane, when the eclipse went into totality, there was 4 dark bodies in front of the sun. One of them right in the middle of the sun. Okay. So what are they? We don't know, but they were photographed by multiple people. Multiple people photographed them. What are they? Again, we don't know, but we showed them. They do exist. Ancient cultures that, were far more advanced than we are, have talked about them for a long time. So more research needs to be done. Heliocentric models nonsense.
Okay. But we can agree that when it comes to an eclipse, something is getting in front of the sun. In front of the light. No.
Oh, in front of the source.
In front of the source of light.
Yeah, sure. So by the way, you asked me earlier, you said, if you had a light and you put something in front of it, I'm going to put a light. I'm going to simulate an eclipse here with a light, which is the same size as this penny. And as we put the sun in front of it, as we do it, all of a sudden you can see the penny. Mm-hmm. If I zoomed in on it, you can see it. So that's just showing that there's 2 things the same size. We tried it where it was 2 different size lights and it didn't work, right?
Okay,
but you can zoom in and see the penny on that one.
Sure, yeah, because those 2 things are touching. They're side by side, right?
Right. Well, they're very close. Right. So, but again, if I had to wager, I think that the source of the sun and the moon are coming from above what we see. Okay. I think that the sun that we see is very, very close. Like when I watch the sun rise on Long Island Sound, it looks like it's about 65 miles away. That's really close. Okay. And that's why it moves so slow during the sky, because it's only moving 130 miles over the course of the day. If that's the case, that's me. I don't have proof of that, sure. But it works if you model it, like get a dome, get a glass dome and move a light across it above it, and you'll watch inside that dome, you'll see a little light rise and set, never going below the bottom of the dome, but you'll see it rise and set just like, just like reality.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, let's say that I know that our time is almost done here. I don't want to frustrate you anymore. I can see that you get very frustrated with me for asking questions, and I apologize.
No, I don't get frustrated asking questions. I get frustrated for you not being able to understand them.
And
that's not a comment.
I hate that you keep saying that I don't understand something.
Well,
that's a ridiculous thing to say. I don't understand some of your dumb models because they don't make sense. They're designed to be deceitful. So I'm not going to understand something that 4 circles that are painted to look like 3-dimensional objects when shown to me on a 2-dimensional screen asking, hey, which one of these are 3? Come on, you're just trying to.
All I'm trying to do is show you that you don't know the shape or size or distance of something unless you know some of the other variables. You can't, unless you can touch it and measure it. You don't know how far it is or how big it is or what size it is.
But that would mean that somebody got up there and painted the moon to make it look 3-dimensional.
So you think a person in the flat Earth, somebody made the moon? Somebody made the moon. Is that what you think?
I'm not saying that whatsoever.
Well, that is.
I'm trying to go by your models. If your models are designed that you can be manipulated based on perception to make something look 3-dimensional, that through your model, that would make me think that you're telling me that the moon is designed to make me think it's 3-dimensional.
So one of the things you guys mentioned earlier before I came on was if you're looking at a disc, it always looks circled unless it's sideways or it moves to the side, then it wouldn't look the same. We don't know what the sky is, but let's look if the sky is liquid like we think. This guy is facing forward. He's not facing us, but we're seeing the front of him somehow. And as this camera moves, we only see the front side of him. It doesn't turn. Okay. So this is optics. And when you're looking into the sky, which we think is liquid, this is optics. So that's why we're seeing the same side no matter where it's going. So that's why we see the same side of the moon. He's not facing us, but that's what it looks like. Right?
Well, I mean, through water refraction, but yes, it does.
We think that the sky is water.
We think the sky's water.
We think that the sky above the firmament is water. That's what most flat earthers think.
All right. And where does the firmament end?
I don't know. We're not allowed to go there. Some people think it terminates somewhere in Antarctica. Maybe it goes farther. I don't know.
But above that is water.
That's what it appears to be. You know, NASA always talking about the Sea of Tranquility, ships docking, everything they talk about is nautical terms. And then when you watch these rockets launch from Florida, one just happened the other day, it sure looks like something skimming across water, leaving a wake. It leaves an actual water wake. If you go look at some of those, they're amazing.
Okay. So just to backpedal a little bit, we can agree that there is a sun. You believe in
there's a light in the sky that we see. It's not a burning ball, a volcanic ball, like you said. Does
this light provide heat for the Earth?
It provides electricity, which turns into heat when it hits the Earth. Yes.
Okay. It is so the light source that comes from the sun provides heat to the Earth, right? And that's fair. And that's what provides life on Earth is the fact that the sun provides enough light to make heat, et cetera, and that mixed with water, right?
Say that again.
The sun is up there and it provides heat and light to the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. The moon is up there and it is made of something.
The moon that we see, I don't know. It could be plasma.
So the moon that you see at nighttime is not a solid object, even though it looks exactly the same all the time, right?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, there's been times where people have seen stars through the the dark part of the moon, and there's a star there, which doesn't prove that the moon is translucent. It could prove that the star, a luminary that they're seeing, is actually in front of the moon. But again, I don't know because I can't go there. I can prove that the moon is close because it lights up just the local clouds. It doesn't light up the clouds over here. If it was 250,000 miles away, it would light up all the clouds, but it's only lighting up the clouds that are right near it. Get a little moonlight.
But doesn't also light your book that you're reading, right?
Yeah, because it's close.
But how close are those clouds to you though?
I don't know. The clouds are 10, 20, 5,000, 10,000 feet in the sky.
Okay, but you're saying that this is a localized bit of clouds that are being lit up.
I'm not saying it. I'm showing you it.
Okay, well, I mean, I have to go by what you're saying here. Even though this is a localized bit of light, it also goes down 14-ish thousand feet to your book.
Yeah.
Okay. And just a shaft on you?
Say that again.
And it's just a light shaft on your book. So, like,
It's not a light shaft. It's shedding light onto the Earth,
Sure.
right? The moon is a lesser light in the sky, right?
The moon is illuminating. Yeah, it's
the moon.
illuminating.
Well, so if the moon was illuminating, it would have a hot spot like the sun shining on this cement ball here, right? And but why not?
Well, I mean, are you saying that there's parts of the moon that are not colder than the other parts of the moon?
I'm not saying anything about the temperature of the moon. What I'm saying is a hot spot. I mean, a specular highlight. Okay. When you light up a ball with a single source light, it has a hot spot and then the light fades away. When we see a full moon, it's lit all the way around. It's lit evenly all the way across.
Well, yeah,
that's not how a sphere lights up from a
but you're not
single
looking,
source object.
You're not looking at the rock from the same perspective as we're looking at this moon. If you would have walked around the rock so that the light source is coming from behind you, just the way this full moon is, then you would have seen a full illuminated sphere.
No, you wouldn't. You would see a specular highlight, which would be right about here, and it would be the bright spot. It's called a specular highlight. It's absolutely true. Like on the blue marble, when they painted the blue marble, Robert Simon from NASA admitted that he painted it. He made a specular highlight right here, this little bright spot, just to make it look more spherical. Right? Because you need a specular highlight if you're lighting up a ball with a single source light.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, I think it's going to come to the point that I'm not going to learn anything out of this. You just want to,
definitely not.
And that's fine. You're very clear that you're not trying to help me understand. You just want to make it very clear that I just do not understand, because the ideas that you're showing to me are just so high.
How is the idea of this? This is how we see the moon. It's light, it brights, it shines light on us, but this
it doesn't shine light, it reflects light.
It reflects light on us. Well, it's shining reflected light on us.
No,
okay?
Things don't shine light, they reflect light. A mirror, if you point a flashlight
play,
at a mirror,
play the word games all you want. Here's a
you're
full
playing word
Earth.
Games.
Here's a full Earth. How come the moon isn't lit up here?
What picture is this?
This is from NASA.
This is a real picture from NASA.
NASA image of the moon reflecting sunlight.
Okay, I cannot defend that picture. That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
And how come on certain weeks of every month the sun doesn't line up where the light on the moon is? If the moon is lighting up the sun, that light should be here.
But
it should be here.
But weren't you the one telling me about light refraction and visual refraction, because the sky is made of water, right? So that's why the guy's head is not facing how his legs are facing. Isn't that what you just said?
So you think that the light refraction is turning? All right, I'll give you that one. That's weird, but other times of the month it does line up with the sun.
Sure, and that one guy's head was turned sideways and his feet were not, right? And we can both agree that guy's head was not actually turned sideways. That was a refraction of light and a visual.
Absolutely, and so again, I'm just saying that's how we could be seeing the moon. Okay. And also, here's the moon picture taken at the same time from two different locations. Okay. And the craters or whatever these dark spots are, they're black here and they're kind of blue here. So are we seeing through it? What are we seeing here? Why are they changing colors like that?
That's a very good question. Why are those two pictures different? I don't know if I'll ever get that one.
Yeah.
You just put two pictures up and said it.
Well, no, these are two pictures of the moon that was taken at the same time. One from Australia, one from Europe.
Okay. I don't even understand. But the picture is different, right? If the Earth was flat and Australians were looking at the same moon as people in London, the moon would look the same because it's flat and it's above us. It's above everybody.
I'm not saying the moon is flat. The moon Earth is could be a sphere.
But if the Earth is flat, whatever's above us is going to be the same looking to everybody, right? Or no?
I'm pointing out the colors here. This suggests that this is not an opaque object. That's all I'm saying.
Why is it the same picture? One is in daytime and one's at nighttime, though.
Because that's how we're seeing the reflection or projection of the moon into our world. This person's in daylight, this person's at nighttime. And it's so that's how they're seeing it.
Because they're on one side of the globe, it's lit up, and on the other side of the globe, it's nighttime.
Well, the pre-assumed globe, you have no proof of the globe. There's no curvature. No water lays flat. There's no motion.
Can you show me your diagram of how night and day happens again? And I didn't see any of that where Canada and Australia could be different times. right? Because if there's light out there, it's got to be touching the same thing.
Yeah, I can show you that. So right here, it's noon right here, and that's where that's where I am. I'm right here. Look at that. Boom. It's noon. And the sun is moving away, so it's lower in the sky than it was in June when it was higher in the sky, closer to me, and it was warmer. Now it's getting colder because the sun's farther away.
Okay.
And so it's nighttime over here. It's nighttime in Australia.
Yeah, and
right?
where's England right there?
England's right here, and it's late in the day for them. It's late in the day. It's it's evening. The sun is setting. They're going into twilight. And as the sun moves, right, here's the moon right behind the sun. Okay. And the sun is coming up. And in a few hours, I can call my friend PK, who's right here. When the sun's there, he'll say it's noon and it's getting really warm because the sun's getting very close. And it's nighttime in the East Coast. It's still daytime on the West Coast. And now sun sets on the West Coast. It's getting darker over here. Sun's already rising in in Africa, on the east side of Africa. It's noon in Australia. This is how it works. And if I turn on the time zones, then you can see what time it is everywhere. So if I just stop this, right now, it's 9 p.m. in Australia. 9 p.m. or 9 a.m.? 9 p.m. 9 p.m. in Australia. Okay? But here it is. Here's the time zones. It's dark over here. I showed you a real video of the sun fading out, taking its light away. You can't see the sun from here because it's too far away.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes
Time
sense.
zones.
Sure.
Time zones, seasons, everything. Just remember, every test for axial rotation has proven there is none. Okay? Every observation in nature proves that we're not moving. Right? We're going these incredible speeds on these curved linear, curved trajectories. Right? So just getting back, this is how you can prove me wrong. If you think I'm wrong, take the challenge, right? Take the Flat Earth app challenge and try to find the proof, because this is how 99% of people become flat earthers. They try to prove the earth is a globe. They try to prove it. And only when they don't go Google, let me Google flat earth. Oh my God, that's stupid. That's stupid. You end up at the Flat Earth Society, you end up at all these other ridiculous places, and then you have a fake idea of what flat earth is, and you laugh at it forever. All right. So take the challenge. And if you don't want to wait every day, just hit the archive button, and then you can go back and watch all the previous videos, right? They're organized in month and year. And I guarantee if anyone takes the time, I'd say 5 hours. If you take 5 hours over the course of a couple of weeks, even, you will know for a fact that you don't live on a spinning rock in an infinite space vacuum flying through an infinite universe randomly with the three-body problem just organizing itself into perfect sets so eclipses repeat every 18 months. Eclipses repeat their cycles every 18 years, not months. 18 years. How is that even possible? Unless the sky is set up like a perfect clock, right? The sun goes around once a day. Okay. The sun goes around once a day. Let me just turn off the time zone. All right. So the sun goes around once a day. It slowly laps the moon. It takes 28 times around. So the moon is getting farther and farther away. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. The sun keeps track of the hours and the days. And if I turn on the zodiac, the stars are spinning slightly faster than the sun, so slightly that it takes 365 times around for them to lap the sun. So right now, the sun is in this tropic, tropic, that's the word. And then slowly the next one will catch up for about a month, and then this one will catch up, and then this one will catch up, and it goes all the way around until next year when the sun's back in this tropics. So the stars keep track of the seasons and the years. The sky clock is reality. And know how they hid it from us? They gave us clocks, and they made it go around twice a day. They go, you know what? Let's make the clock go around twice a day. So they never figure out that this is real time, noon, midnight, 6 a.m. This is real time, right? This is how our world works. It's a perfect, organized, intelligently designed system, right? There's people that live on the globe that think that they're doing good. They're good people, but they're missing out on the true creation. They're missing out on the true wonders of this world. And we're being kept in a prison. That's the heliocentric prison, beyond the heliocentric prison, many of us would have gone and explored and spread ourselves farther out on this plane. That's my belief. But again, whether I'm right or wrong, we should have the freedom to go out there. We can't, because the best way to do it is on airships, but they demonized hydrogen with the Hindenburg. And guess who controls all the helium on Earth? NASA. They only get a little bit for parties and this and that and the Goodyear blimp. But if you want to start up a blimp company, you can't, because you can't get the helium.
That's crazy.
Thank you.
Yeah, listen, Dave, I need to say that I appreciate your time. I hope that I did not come off argumentative. There are times that, I just wanted to understand the question that I asked, that I was thinking you were kind of going in a roundabout way. So I want to be clear. I was not trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to make sure that my point was heard before we get to the next thing.
Listen, I totally understand. And when I was learning about this, I interrupted way more than you did. It's just that this isn't something that you could just go, oh. You have to actually think. But the heliocentric model, you can go, oh, and you just write down a couple things and you get an A and you're done. And you never really look into it, because the guy in a bow tie told you that, boats go over the horizon. Well, guess what? Boats go over the horizon if we live on the globe, but it's a pre-assumed globe.
Yeah,
right.
I would just say that if you're trying to teach someone in the future, condescension is probably not the way to be the best teacher. If you're trying to teach someone something that you have built and you're trying to explain, I would just say, stop with being so argumentative and try to actually explain it in a proper form so people understand, instead of making fun of people for saying they just don't understand something that you've just created. Here's
the thing, Zach. There's even times during the show, if you go back and listen, you said, I don't understand. Okay. So there is parts where you don't understand. And I do try to explain, but here's the thing. This is just one show. Go back. If you go in the app and you hit the web button right here, is my interviews, right? Click that button, and guess what? You have an unlimited source of tons and tons and tons of information. Just start watching those, right? There's no bottom to this list. It goes on and on and on, right? Yeah. And there's tons and tons of information. If you are short attention span, here are 2 amazing TikTok channels. These 2 channels alone will turn you into flat earthers, worth the $3 right there. Okay. And, that's all. That's all I got to say about that. And for those of you listening, the upgrade for the messaging system is almost done. I was testing it out with Zach, not you, a different Zach Zambala yesterday, and it's phenomenal. So stand by, everybody. It's coming.
Yeah. Please, everyone, go over there to a Flat Earth Dave app and
flatearthdave.com. That's where you can find links to all my videos, all my channels, TikTok, everything. And if you have a show or anything, or know a show to be on, you could contact me through there, and check out the app there, or don't check out the app. Just check out the crash course on my website, flatearthdave.com.
Yeah. And I appreciate your time, Dave. Thank you very much for sitting through this as I fumble around some brand new news. And try to have my eyes open. I do apologize if I came off argumentative, but I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for listening and trying to respond to me.
All right, Zach. Thanks, man. See you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, okay. So I definitely learned some things. I'm going to have to watch this back and take a lot of notes, because it turns out I don't understand a lot, which is interesting. I've never heard of that before. This room does look like a boy's room. My son lives in here. This is his room, so that's true. By not waiting for the answers, I waited for every answer. I just think that I asked questions that he wasn't interested in responding to, so that's fine. I don't think Zach is quite ready to kiss his ball. No, not yet. I don't think anything's actually been proven to me. I think I've been talked down to, and that's interesting, but that's fine. God bless you all, and also to you. No, he's trying to get an understanding of a question. Yeah, I just want to understand some things. I just give it to me. Like, make me understand. Make me understand why you can show a model of an eclipse, but then also tell me an eclipse is wrong. Why can you show me a model of lines being straight, but then I don't know. And then obviously you got some real a-holes hanging out in the chat here. Zach is projecting due to severe cognitive dissonance. I have a lot of patience, actually. If you watch some of these shows, I rarely talk. I let people kind of talk themselves into something that just doesn't make any sense. Maybe I guess I have a defense mechanism. I have no idea. I don't know. I think science is probably right. I don't keep interrupting. Maybe I did. I don't know.
You are the condescending and argumentative Zach.
Well, I guess it kind of comes back sometimes when I feel that someone's just being just rude to my face, but whatever. I feel that I did a pretty good job. I think that if you know me, I could have made that a lot more aggressive. But the thing is, I actually wanted to learn. I actually genuinely wanted to absorb some information. It's like, I grew up in a Christian household. I grew up in Maryland. When I met people that were from a different religion, I wanted just to understand. I mean, I wasn't saying they were right or wrong. It says, you think so differently than me. I'm curious. Like, make me understand, help me understand. Cognitive dissonance has nothing to do with patience. That's fair. You did a good job. I wanted to do a good job. I did not want to do a great job. I think a great job with a flat earther makes you call them names and say stupid stuff. And that's just not true. I don't want to go at anybody condescending. I wanted to genuinely understand why he's so passionate about this. The flat side is all punching down. See, that's it. Making fun of flat earthers. It's weird. And I don't really want to do it. I'm just curious. It wasn't your fault, bro, that they lied to us this bad. That's true, man. They duped me. I don't understand, because honestly, when you think about math, doing math in spheres is hard. If the Earth was flat, teach that. It seems like it'd be a lot easier of a path to go down. Zach, go to Dave's site and watch a few of his videos, interviews, open-minded with logic, and you will understand everything. Cheers. God bless you. Yeah, I literally went to his app. I paid the $3 2 days ago, and I have his app. I was using it, and that's what made me say, okay, I'm going to go into this not as a jerk, but just someone trying to figure it out, trying to understand. I don't know if I did that, but let's see. You learn by listening carefully, not talking through the instructor all the time. That's fair. As everyone knows, when you go to college, if you have any questions, don't ask them. Listen to what they say and just take it. Just take it as though it's, don't question anything. I think that's what flat earth still work. Thank you. I don't know if that's true, but whatever. Aloha, Zach. Please show me your app, POP the Globe. You'll be all right. We are here to catch. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can find me on there. I'm some nobodies on the Flat Earth app. I'm in Colorado. Learn about eclipses in the app under Eclipse button. So if I want to learn about eclipses, I'll have to find a button that says eclipses and hit on that, and that will teach me. Cool. I'm into that. Thanks, Dave. Great patience with normie. Yeah. Dude, I'm such a normie. Because I was like, and I told this to my daughter this morning. My daughter's like, "Oh my God, you have that conversation with flat." I was like, I honestly hope I leave here thinking the Earth's flat. I hope that would make my day. That would be the coolest thing to me, is if someone could actually change my mind instead of just being jerky. But whatever. If you want to learn, come to the Flat Oberfest in South Carolina. Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of South Carolinians can teach me something about actual science. Anything about ham radio in the app? Nope, nothing about ham radios. That works on flat radios. Earth is flat. Globe is impossible. I'll tell you, I'm going to give you 2 points for pun work on that one. That's pretty solid. You must first empty your cup. I think it's a spoon, right? You got to believe that there is no spoon. I think that's what you're trying to say. Because my cup is full of water, which I think is what space is made of now. Oh boy. The Selena line event destroys misguided concept of a spinning ball Earth being the cause of eclipses. I don't think the spinning ball Earth is what causes eclipses. I think it is the moon going in front of the sun, and sometimes on the other side. But no science can explain stationary level Earth. It requires intelligent design. I like the fact that they're like, look, teachers can't even teach this stuff, dude. You just have to hear somebody at a convention, drop $12 on their app, and believe them. If you're trying to believe somebody else, trust me, they're lying to you. And they want to take your money, although money's not real. So, yeah, that's a weird comment, and I don't know if I agree with that one. It isn't gravity; it's a density gradient. I am gradiently dense, and that's why I'm always here. I was here at Pearl Harbor. Hell yeah. That's a weird joke, really. I don't even get that one. It takes a lot of proof to accept it, but you have to be willing to watch and be open. Look, dude, I am open. I'm open. I mean, once again, I watched all of his videos. I watched 4 different videos where they broke apart Dave himself. I watched a video where Dave and his people broke apart that video. I watched a video where Dave just got trashed by other people. And I came into this, honestly, trying to learn something. And I did learn something, and I'm not going to tell you what I learned. You're not ready for the truth. That's stupid. What a stupid thing to say. Everyone should be ready for the truth. So denser objects go down. But why? Because of gravity. That's why they go down, I think. You got a lot of research to do. That's true. I'm typing feverishly over here. I'm doing so much research that my fingers are bleeding now. Let's see. There are literally hundreds of proof the ball Earth is a lie is exactly that. Hundreds of proofs. Literally dozens of proofs if you need that. It's because they were dumb questions. No, what's a dumb question? Does gravity exist? What are tides? I don't really see how those are dumb questions, James Barlow. That's a dumb name. Let's get Napo to send us all an expense. Yeah, seriously, he owes me something. And I know that he told me this wasn't going to be fun. And I agree with him. It wasn't really that much fun. It started out fun. Hey, man, I caught the last 15, 20 minutes. You can't learn by not asking questions. It takes a lot to take in. I did ask questions. People told me that I was asking too many questions. Here's a question, Zach. Here's a secret. The Earth is flat. It's not a secret, dude. You literally just commented it on a YouTube thing. But I don't think it's flat. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Do you still believe in Jesus? Nope. Never did. I mean, there was probably a gentleman named Jesus somewhere, but no. Please go back and listen to yourself. Most of the comments were warranted. Okay. I'll do that. I will literally go watch this again. You can't trust a flat earther who has something to sell. Seriously, that was one of the things I was trying to say. Like, he was making a comment that, like, you know, governments and people are hiding this for either monetary gain or power or electricity or something. But you're going to charge $12 for someone to get an app to watch your videos, which I can find. Only you can convince yourself of what the truth actually is. That sounds misguided and dangerous. You should actually find facts, I think. Not just telling yourself something. Because God's word is ironically perfect, accurate on what we live in. And God said that the earth was flat, that the moon is something, that the sun is light, and stars don't exist, even though they're millions of years away. I don't know. I don't think it's a secret. It's being talked about. Seriously, I tried for the last 4 hours to figure this out. I don't think it's that much of a secret. Dave wants to sell his app. That's true. And I bought it. Get a P900 and test the lake. Yeah. You go get yourself a P900 and you test that friggin' lake. Science can disprove the globe. Science can also prove it, I think. All the ball earth lies. All the ball earth lie math is triple sixes, literally. and all the astronauts were Freemasons. Freemasons worship Lucifer, the light bringer. And isn't the sun the light bringer? So is the sun the devil? I don't know what you guys believe in. Lunar eclipse rhetoric, shadow of a ball, Earth projected on the moon. What? Okay. I'm going to do research on that. Trust me. Was Dave already on? Yeah, you missed the first 4 hours. I'm sorry. You can have gas pressure without a container. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Isn't that what the Earth is? It holds gas. Yeah, for a few hours. Yeah, he was on here for quite a while. And $3 app. He's he said, "Don't do the $12. I'm going to set up a $12 service, but trust me, you don't want the $12 service. That one doesn't make any sense." There are now millions of flat earthers for a reason. We have all the evidence for flat earth, and there is zero for the globe. That's true. I could not find any proof whatsoever, other than gravity. Like, why do people just not believe in gravity? Why is gravity of Dykes and Mill? What? Oh yeah. Thought it was a joke about me somehow. Doesn't mean he doesn't really want you to subscribe. Oh no, he definitely wants your money. Gravity, helium balloon. I'm going to contemplate on that one for quite a while. I debated Dave before. His strategy is to monopolize it. Yeah, it is true. He does monopolize the conversation. He also tells you that you don't understand things that he's saying when he's purposely being vague. He also apologizes to you for not being able to make me understand, which shows you that that's a pretty crappy teacher right there. If I imagine a teacher in school being like, "Listen, I'm sorry, you just do not understand math, and I'm not going to teach it to you anymore because you just don't understand. You got to go back to art." Can gravity be both a cause and effect? Well, yeah. It causes me to fall down. Then I get bruises. That's the effect. Checking in. Hey-oh. I was where you are about 6 in Colorado. I was where you are about 6 months ago. You asked questions speaking a different language. Are you speaking heliocentrism? You ask questions speaking a different language. I spoke a different language, or my questions were about different languages? Probably. At Michael, who are you? Yeah, Michael, who are you? Who are you? For real. Density Moinsey. No gravity. And the Earth has a slight negative charge. Yeah. A lot of that negative charge is in the comments right now. $3 app. Well, it's a $12 version too. You don't have to get that. Yeah, link us to your debate, Michael. Yeah, where's that link, Michael? You turd. Not $12. It's a $3 big spender. There is a $12 version. And if you literally just open up your app store, I'm a Pixel person, but if you open up anything with apps in it and you type in Flat Earth Dave, you'll see there's a $12 version. Carl was laying on the road that that was flat just last night. Discussed of Dykes and Man podcast, 1:30 p.m. Eastern today. Come hang. Carl was laying on the road that was flat just last night. These friggin' flat roaders. You got to watch out for them. Dave does not need the money, guys. He's offering a fortune for incredible evidence of the globe. Yeah, you know, apps can be free, right? You do know that. He's charging. Shoot, I missed the show. That's okay. There's like a rewind button or something. Astronauts is pretty funny. No, 100%. That caught me off guard. I wasn't ready for that. Professor Brian Cox says the world is round, and I believe his reasoning is applied science and prove it. Yeah, I mean, most people go by applied sciences, math, just sort of normal ways of proving anything. Except for when it's this. Because when it comes to flat Earth, then if you have a painted piece of half ball and a tissue paper, you can prove that shit does not work. They block all good videos now. His app is $3. I know. I said that many times. The debate was on Rose 777 channel, since deleted. Sounds like Globe Earth talk to me. Let's see, 3 Bitcoins for your proof. That's true. He said that. He'll give you 3 Bitcoins if you can prove that the Earth is not flat. What do you think you get your heliocentric books and education free of charge? I didn't. I paid for college, and I paid for the private school that I went to. So it wasn't free of charge. They still didn't teach me that. I owe you a good laugh. I had a couple earlier on. I don't need a back rub. I'm good. Also, somebody said I have like Ukraine. I forget where that comment was. A long time ago, somebody commented that I'm an asshole because I have Ukrainian colors behind me. And just to be clear, A, I'm pro-Ukraine. But B, this is a Mighty Ducks jersey. Like, this is from the movie Mighty Ducks. It's got nothing to do with Ukraine. So you guys are idiots. Remember, this is a child's room, man. Sea level parallel, horizontal lines flat. Honestly, you cannot get a better equation than that. Sea level plus parallel minus horizontal in parentheses lines equals flat. Yeah. Bring the empirical scientific evidence, results of experimentation within the science method to bring scientific credibility to your claim of science. Wow, how did you make the word science in that sentence 4 times while still not believing in science? Fun. Massage his forehead. Yeah. I do need that. Hi, all you flatties. Hey, oh, Sandro. If you can't afford $3, you gotta live on a fucking circle Earth. That's it. Can you afford $3? If you can, send it to me. Because if you can't afford $3, sir, then you got bigger problems. Laser test over any body of water and high altitude balloon footage without a fisheye lens both prove it. She be flat. This hussy of the Earth is flat. You live in fear, but the flatness will set you free. That's funny. That's what my girlfriend in high school said. Hi, Sandro. Yeah, for real. Hey, Sandro, how are you? Or the student is a dunce, like in this case. What a cool teacher to be like, actually, I'm doing the right thing. You're an idiot. So get out of here and go find your own answers. Yes, flat and proud of it, but used to be like you. Probably not that funny, but maybe. Can you teach us snail math? What? Me? Probably. I'm pretty good at math. You are denser than the air, but you can float in water. You're really trying to bring up some stuff here. Yeah, you float on water. Your body has air in it too. I mean, you can also sink. Even in Einstein's papers on relativity, it stated gravity is a fictitious force Look up the definition of fictitious. I don't know many fictitious forces that have actual math equations to prove them, but I'll look it up. God says the earth has a foundation, sits upon pillars, has 4 corners. God stopped the sun in battle of Joshua, not the sun. Woo, okay. And I think at one point we actually thought that like the earth was a half dome and it was sitting on top of 3 turtles that were in some mud. I'm glad we stopped that. I was like, no, it's actually just flat and sitting still. Gravity. Gravity is a law. It's a law of gravity. I'm pretty sure I know that. Not his. Hey-oh. You can't flood a ball hurling at 66,600 miles per hour and 66,600 miles per hour. You can't flood a ball hurling. That's true. You definitely. But you can flood all of space because all of space is literally just water. Yeah, that is correct. That's fair. Oh, still correct. Hey-oh. The moon is a light as well. Not true. Well, or a plasma, and it gives off a cool light, which would be impossible if it were reflecting the sun. Name another cool light. So the moon does not produce light at all. The moon is similar to a mirror. It catches light and it throws it back over there. The app costs more than $3 per user to run. The app costs more than $3 per user to run. That's not true. There's no way that's true. He just said there's like billions of users, millions of users. So you're telling me that this thing costs more than $3 million to run this app when he's using Google's Earth? I doubt it. He is providing a service that costs him money. He doesn't need the money. He said that. The Tower of Babel makes no sense on a ball. Tower of Babel is not real. How could everyone see Jesus returning as the sky rolls back like a scroll on a ball? That's actually a very good question. And I haven't thought about this. I wish that I had brought up the fact that Jesus returning as the sky rolls back like a scroll. I should have brought that up, but I didn't. Where and when did you debate Dave? I think you're a liar. Globebusters. They're coming in. 8 inch per mile squared. Good math. Globers run. Ah! You gotta watch out for that. I genuinely would like to know if there are flat earthers that are atheists. I don't think so. I think if you're a flat earther, you have to believe in God. Because I think believing in God is one of the few things you'd be like, here's how I can prove I don't like science. I'm religious. How does gravity hold everything down? What? Force of gravity. Water to a spinning ball. That's G-forces. Us from flying off the spinning ball. That doesn't make any sense. But yet, S butterfly or bird flies. No problem. Okay. All right, Mike. Here's why. Because we're on the earth, dude. And it's been moving since we've always been on it. Now, if you get on, like, say, you get on top of a train, right? You're on this train. The train's going very fast. And you stand on top of that train, and then you jump. Are you just going to miss the whole train? No, you're going to land on the train. Okay. That's some solid math there. I like you guys believe in math sometimes, but not always. Monopolize the situation. Money has no value. So if money has no value, then why is it $3 for an app? Proof that he accepts. He accepts money and donations. If money has no value, I'll take any. Yeah, for real. If money doesn't mean anything, I'll give you my Cash App. You can just send it all to me, and I'll buy a lot of his apps. I'll buy lots of them. Not a law. It is. I mean, that could be like very Yoda-like. I'm not really sure. He skipped my comments. The moon cold. Where? I didn't see it. I'm sorry. There's a lot of comments up here. Who is this? Mike B. Let's see. You said that, which was dumb. You said this, whatever that means. You said this. I definitely put that up there. Where else? Oh, wait, here. Laser tests. Yep, definitely put that up there. Density and bouncy. Yeah, I did that. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Mike B? Talking about Roo-Rah. Yeah, see this? Dumb. This? Dumb. I don't know if that's true. Moon's Cold Light. No, you're thinking of Coors Cold Light. That is a beer. Let's see here. A law is a description of an observed natural phenomenon that happens in every instance. Gravity versus helium. Not the law. Yeah, gravity versus helium has gravity, dude. It's just okay.
And they're calling Zach a dunce. Yeah, right. I mean, although I do like dunce caps. I think they're cool. Gravity's not a law. It's only a theory, and a bad theory at that. That's true. It's a bad theory. Why do I always think whenever I fall that whatever? Zach, have a good day. You'll be okay. I'll be at the beach. Aloha. Hey, I hope you have a great day at the beach. Make sure you look at the curvature while you're looking at the ocean. How come reflected moonlight is cold if it's reflecting sunlight? Okay, so if I were to turn my oven on, right, and my oven is a gas oven and it has fire, and I go into a different room and I hold a mirror up, I can look at that fire in the mirror. That's not hot. I can even probably cast an image of that fire onto something else. Not hot. So I think that's it. Has to pay people to host it and the traffic it generates. Are you not aware of how an app works? I am not aware of how an app works. I'm also not aware of how the earth works. So, and I'm a dunce. I think you guys are very clear about that. Globebusters, it's Rose's cousin. Remember that debate? Might have been the most dumb one ever. Stop the sun, not the earth. I fudged up that one. Okay. We all make mistakes. Some of you are flat earthers. Once you realize the intelligent design of the reality, then you realize the necessary antecedent of a designer. That's true. And I'm really glad that your God made the moon to look three-dimensional to fool me, so the governments around the world that they put in place, I guess, get to continue to con me. Who knows? The moon gives off measurable cool light. It is warmer in moon shade. It's warmer in moon shade than moonlight. So in the cold part of night, you're going to be warmer than if you are in the moonlight. I don't know if that's true at all, Chad. Flat Earth, sun, moon, and zodiac clapbacks. Yep, and I remember that clown. Oh, see, I think they're calling somebody a clown. Value is literally the only thing money has. That's friggin' deep, dude. I'm gonna make that my Facebook post. Law stands for lair. Okay. Law stands for land, air, water, three dominions. You are presumed dead and lost at sea since the Sestuke Vi of 1666. You have 7 years to claim your minor estate. Oh, is this a thing like if I buy land in Scotland, I can be a lord? Is that what you're trying to say? Money's not real, as the only thing real about money is the agreement that it is real. Whew. Buzzy comedian. I could not have said it better myself. Test it yourself with laser thermometer. Moon does produce its own light and it's cold. No, it does not produce its own light, dude. Like, come on. That's why during a new moon, you can't see it. Why would the moon shut its own light off? Gosh. Okay, now remove the outside of the train. Speed the train up to 1,000 miles per hour and have it drop down a hill at 1 mile per minute. And then jump. Okay, so the only way that would work is if you are speeding up at the time or a different motion, such as gravity, is pulling you in force. So I think you kind of proved me right there. UCC 1-308. That is the code to get the app for free. So go ahead and put that in there. Check out Anthony Bear for good levels of curved horizon and moonlight comparison videos. I'll do that as soon as I get off here. Right, no Dave. Well, I don't know what that means. Right on, Dave. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. Gravity's working fine on those chins. Carl, man, are you making a fat joke of me, my friend? Because that is something you probably do not want to start. I'm a Bud Light girl myself. Literally almost typed that earlier. You should have. I would have chuckled. Now I respect you, Zach, because I couldn't believe it earlier. But Jaron and the Globebusters know it's flat, but reject the creator. Crazy times. See? Helium is gas. Gas expands in all directions to fill the value of volume. The natural process of entropy trumps man-made theoretical concepts every time. That is not how that works, my friend. Certain people know the truth. If your idea of leading based on the government teaching you is you needing to wait, if your idea are leading base on the government teaching you need to empty your cup. Certain people know the truth. If your idea are leading based on the government teaching you need to empty your cup. All right. You got me dead to rights on that one, pal. Straw man again. We never said the moon wasn't a sphere. I asked if he thought the moon was a sphere, and he didn't say anything. And I looked up what the straw man theory was, because I wasn't sure. This is the first time I've ever seen this. But apparently straw man theory, not a law, a theory, says it holds
that an individual has two personas, one of a flesh and blood and the other is a separate legal personality. The idea is that an individual's debts, liabilities, taxes, and legal representations belong to a straw man rather than a physical individual. Now, you're saying that I cannot believe in a flat earth because I have bills? Is that what a straw man theory says? I don't know. So the Flat Earth Society is dumb, but Dave isn't. Their group is even divided. That's true. I know Dave does not like the Flat Earth Society. I skipped my comment. What comment? Hold on. This one? Or the one where you messed up? The first one? I don't see another one. This one? I put that on there. How come the moonlight is reflected? How come the moonlight is cold if it's reflected sunlight? Well, it's just a reflection of light, my friend. Just a reflection of light. It's not actual heat. All right, where are we? Where are we at here? Talk about that one. Certain people. Skip my comment. No, I did not. The inverse square law proves it. Yeah, that's probably not true, but whatever. What? Give my good thoughts. Yeah, I would love your good thoughts. I'll take them all day, every day. I never claimed what the moon is. No, you didn't. Because it's up there, maybe. It's either up there or not that up there, or it's just like it's a plasma ball that just seemingly looks the same and can also hold light sometimes. I do not reject the creator. Tell your lies somewhere else, Mike B, you turd. Glad I just found this. Thank you, Dr. Manhattan. I've been waiting my whole life to talk to you. Closed mind. Yeah. I'm not. Wait, it's flat? That dude, I'm trying to figure that out. I would love to know. I still don't really know. Maybe. Magnify the moonlight. Temperature gets colder, not hotter. If you magnify the light that is being reflected off of the moon, it'll be colder, not hotter. Yeah, because it's a reflection of light. It's not actual light. God works for the government. That's probably true. One of the gods. Yeah, Christy, you missed it all. Ha ha, you jerk. You, not at you, Zach. Oh, thank you. Because that's why I got a beard. Because I don't want anybody to see these chins. Damn, I was so dumb. I thought it was a lip shaped. No, I actually thought it was like, I was hoping that I could pull off a donut theory. He wasn't really seeming to be fun at all. So why is the moonlight cold then? It's not. It's nighttime that's cold. There is a creator, and it's Dr. Manhattan. He creates everything. Impossible for there not to be. That's true. Somebody created YouTube, and we're all here. Those are certainly words. I'll tell you, me and you, we're best friends right now. Condescending strongman arguments isn't proof of it. What condescending strong? What is my strongman argument? Like, what is the argument you think that I'm posing when I literally just said, "Hey, I would like to learn more." Matt Napo, is that your best globe proof? I think so. I don't think many people could chat with him for about 4 hours and still not be swayed. If you truly accept the one true and living God, globe buster, then I truly apologize. I'm almost certain you said as much in show with Jerron, but Jerron was definitely the one very clear about it. I like reading Mike B's comments like it's some kind of like an after school drama thing in high school. This dude loves his ball. Probably a staunch atheist. I love balls. He likes his balls too. The moon is not a mirror. I didn't say it was a mirror. I just said it reflects light, and that's a fact. Does gas expand in all directions to fill the value of volume? Yes or no? Depending on forces outside of it, it would expand in all directions, yes. For someone not knowing what a straw man is, you sure did use them a lot, Zach. Did I? Like what? Hello? All right, not yet. I don't know what straw man... So, okay, let me read it again. The idea is that the individual's debts, liabilities, taxes, and legal responsibility belong to the straw man rather than a physical individual. I honestly do not know what you're talking about. Honestly. But I'm sure it's funny. Crow 777, stars being seen through the moon. Moon isn't an object to land on. That's so true, dude. That's so true. You cannot get on there. All right. So listen, guys, I got to get out of here. I was talking way too long. I was trying to get some of these comments up here. That was awesome. So bummed I had to leave. Yeah, dude, you were great. Why are you strong, man? I don't know. I guess I'm just, I'm sensitive. I'm a sensitive person, and that's it. Thanks for having Dave on your show. I hope your listeners keep looking. I will not stop looking to flat Earth. That is a fact. I'm going to keep doing it. I love balls too. I love the power holding them gives me. Once again, we are identical human beings. So much power comes in holding balls. Flat earthers are claiming the earth is a flat sphere. The explanation is not
Presented correctly. I wish I could post that comment twice. Still going. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just talking. Moonlight is a cooling light. Sunlight is a heating light. Complete opposite properties. There is no moonlight. There is a reflection of the sunlight off of the moon. The moon does not make light. Yeah, just like Slender Man, he also doesn't believe in a globe, I'm pretty sure. You don't seem to get a globe. It's literal insanity, you know? No, it's a creation, but reject the creator. That's the most unbelievable possibility yet. I do not think God created this planet. I do not think God created the solar system. Is there a creator of something? Maybe, but they created the Big Bang. That's it. And they did not create light out of a moon. Wizard of Oz is about the straw man, the tin man, tax. I think that's true. That is a big tax. It's not judging, but that's the type of response by the world. Nope, not true. Used to love learning about science and outer space. Now I'm a flat earther. See, that's what happens. Like, people used to like learning. They used to like using their brain. They used to like doing math and solving problems. And they go, you know what? It's actually just easier if I buy this $12 app and say the world is flat. That does seem easier. And I'm sorry you stopped learning about science and space because it seems cool and you guys don't know anything. Literally every other comment you give is a strawman argument. Okay, I'm literally going to do this on air. Strawman argument, right? Let's see what this is. A strawman argument example. For example, if someone says, I think we should give better study guides to students, that is a person using strawman might reply by saying, I think that your idea is bad because we shouldn't give out easy A's to everyone. Now, based on what this is, it seems like Dave himself is using the straw man theory. It seems like I'm saying, hey, we kind of need to learn some more stuff and actually like use our brain. And he's saying, your idea is bad. Nobody gets it easy. Do the math yourself. That's stupid. That's not how you teach anyone. That's not how schools work. That's not how anything goes. So I'm sorry, F.E. Viking. I think it means iron, right? F.E. stands for iron. Iron Viking. That's pretty cute, actually. Oh, because like the iron place is outside of the ice walls. All right, maybe that's pretty clever. Maybe you're a pretty clever fella. I have no idea. I probably don't like you though. Mike B. Jerron said he rejected your creator. You know, the tyrannical one. Jay said his creator would never be so small and petty. At one time, Barbara wore the wrong shade of lipstick in friggin' math class, and we all made fun of her. And F Barbara now. Lightning is physically matter of energy in the form of light. Lightning is physical matter of energy in the form of light. E equals MC squared. Yeah. Strawman fallacy. I think that you're just saying words so that I play your comments and I put your comments up here. And you got me. You got me because now I want to fight you verbally, not physically. I want you to be close to my backyard so I can scream at you from my upstairs window. See, I knew you rejected him too. You just proved it. It's sad to think being righteous is tyrannical. That just means you love lawlessness. Your sin too much. I don't think this is at me, but it could be. I have no idea. Presuppose that a glob is not proof. Now, I'm wondering if they're trying to say God and they said glob by accident, or if they're trying to say globe. Either way, you're an idiot, and I have no idea what you're saying. And yes, it is judging, and you were supposed to let your creator do that. You pass judgment on all who disagree with your myopic points of view. Yeah, that's what a creator does, dude. They judge you for not being good. But listen, guys, that has been my time. I got to get out of here. I really appreciate anyone paying attention and commenting along. As always, we're just going to play this outgoing theme and make fun of it if you want. And then there's some people coming in after me, and they are not anywhere near as angry or as loud as I'm going to be. I appreciate every single one of you, and maybe I'll see you tomorrow. I have no idea. Bye, everybody. Hey-oh, here we are, slapping this place, doing a little bass slap to flat Earth. It's called a straw man fallacy. Yeah, because it's not a reality. Have a good morning. I gotta work. Hell yeah, you gotta work for that big money. That's what those flat earthers want you to think. Can Dave White please address the fact that there's a direct flight from Auckland to Santiago, Chile? You can't even see the flight track on FlightAware. I know, I looked it up, and I didn't want to bring it up because people are calling me a jerk. A cooling light is not a heating light. Put a magnifying glass on moonlight. Does the moonlight increase in heating or increase in cooling? It cannot be both. Heating is not cool. Yeah. Heating is not cooling. I completely agree with you. Oh boy. Alright, what else we got here? Where's this guy? Where's Effie Viking? Where's that guy who just telling stupid things in the comments? That gets fired. I don't know if I get fired. I'm going to do it for free. It seems like flat earth people are judging. They all got these names and terms. That's true. Give me your address. You got it. Right? The names are called sins. Flatters or clovers, whatever. You make this a fun show. I had my broken arm healed overnight by God. Seek and you'll find. Actually read his words. And ask him to prove himself humbly and honestly. And he will globe. He will globe. You need him to globe. You got a broken arm? Ask God for a globe. Oh boy, I can see the light in your eyes. Something's going down. This is it. This is the light and the love. Until it, goes away over the side of the earth, you know what I mean? You think trying to save your soul because every soul is precious to God and he wishes for a man to perish. Seems kind of judgmental, my friend. Great show. I gotta see what I missed. Yeah. Hit me up on Facebook. I'll send you his email address. Cousin, before electricity, fishermen thank a creator for a safe trip on a flat plane, map included. Above why, you never lose it. Ain't that right, cousin? It's pushing my beliefs. One is just telling you the truth. What's the truth? That God believes in globes. Why'd God make my globe? Bring my globe back. Hey, so guys, thank you very much for being here. One of my dreams coming true. Being condescended on by a flat earth. In the scheme of things, it's one of the weirdest things ever, but when will a flat earther finally actually do something survivable like a film trek to Antarctica to see what the other side of the South is, right? Get out there. Get out there. What's in space? Bring that space. It's space time, baby. Education equals indoctrination. I don't use the word slave. Maybe you just say endangered servitude. That'd be great. The Antarctic Treaty. You can't go. Sigh emoji. You have to ask yourself, why was it your largest live stream? Perhaps we know something. Yeah, you guys do know something. You know to talk to Zach Wiseman. You know to bring all your stupid thoughts and theories to Zach Wiseman. Have to ask questions. Also, you can just tell him that he does not understand.